What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to the stream. We are here getting ready to start the tournament. Yes, we have about 207 registered players that want to play. Let's find out how many more people we could get. The tournament will be kicking off pretty soon. But welcome into the stream. I can't wait to see high competitive, gameplay here. There's definitely been a lot going on in the metagame right now. We've been seeing a lot of Venusaurs actually start to pop off. So, start seeing top 8, start seeing top 4s. Maybe we could be the first tournament where a Venusaur wins the whole event. But anyways, I want to say what's up to everybody that is here. Yo, Logan, welcome in. Yo, you were cooking with the Charizard deck last time. Hopefully you start cooking with that deck this tournament as well. Thank y'all. And then afterwards, let's just do another refresh. We have 211 registrations here. We will give a delay of 5 to 10 minutes just to make sure everybody is checked in. We definitely want to have, the most maximized tournament ever. If you guys want to register and join the tournament, I sent the link in my chat so you guys have access to sign up, even if it's a little late. Let me on the TikTok side of things, I got you guys. Here's the Limitless link, go check it out. Again, we could also check other tournaments to see what's popping off, because I believe there's a frog one, and we could see what's going on there, see if any of those decks are going to make it into our stream, because that could be a potential. We could start seeing intermix of multiple decks. Let's see what's going on here. Limitless tournaments, open link. Damn, there's so many things going on here. The most relevant. There we go. So right now there's a 4-0 Venusaur. This is actually pretty interesting. So this build right here has been popping off. I don't know. It seems like solo Venusaur is the way, where you don't play, any Chingling, you don't play any other, Oricorio, you don't play Magneton. I feel like adding Magneton to this deck, you had to have the craziest RNG in order to pop off with that. But anyways, shout out to this dude. For popping off with that deck. And, we are seeing potentially the return of a Whimsicott deck. Whimsicott is looking like it's cycling back into the metagame as well. So, don't sleep on this deck. This deck could just still give you high attacking results. And, if you don't respect it, you're just kind of gonna get destroyed in somewhat fashion. But let me check something out as well. Registrations. We currently have 225 registered. So this is you guys are making this a big tournament. This is insane. Shout out to y'all. Hopefully we get everybody to join. Let me see. Alright, so more people are joining in. Again, 230. Again, if you guys want to join, last call. The Limitless link is here. Alright, let me check on the admin side of things. We have 194 check-ins. So if you guys have not checked in, make sure to check in. We will be starting very shortly. Okay, so okay, sorry about that, chat. Again, if you guys are watching and are not checked in and or are playing, make sure to check in. Oh yeah, let's go over the prize pool. We haven't actually gone through the prize pool for this tournament. So if we go into the details, right? The details, first place, we're going to give a full art Cyrus. Second place is going to have a full art Copycat. Third place is going to have a Rainbow Rare Greninja EX. Fourth is going to get a full art Greninja. Fifth, full art a Mega Charizard Y EX. Sixth, full art Mega Altaria EX. Seventh is going to get a Rainbow Rare Mega Venusaur. Eighth place is going to get a Rainbow Rare Mega Steelix. So, be on the lookout for that again. Be on the lookout for that. Oh yeah, we do have another what do you call it? Let me just check this out. We are doing a raffle. So if you guys want to be a part of that, let's see. This is for the viewers that are probably not playing or just spectating. Actually, for anybody. So let me just check this out for you guys. That's insane. I gotta read. Okay, so we have two giveaways for the chat right now. Two giveaways for the chat. So we are looking to raffle out one shiny Oricorio once we have 50 likes, and if we get 5 memberships, we will raffle out another Oricorio shiny to anybody that is watching in the stream. So just be on the lookout for that. I'm going to make that pinned. This tournament will be starting pretty soon, so alright, so it looks like round 1 is alive. Alright, let's go. Let me find a match so we can spectate and then we can get started. Okay, I have a match that we can start spectating. They are trying to connect with each other. As soon as they connect with each other, we will get round number 1 on the live stream. So he's still trying to connect. We could get this guy. I want to see if there's a match here. Oh, we got a match. We got a match. Let's go. We actually have a Venusaur round 1. See, the Venusaur decks have been pretty much performing as of lately. And, you know, I'm excited to have this casted in the first round. And it's playing against Altaria Furfrou. That is insane. Because this deck has been putting in so much numbers. And, you know, he has a full field, right? He has a Chingling, he has a Lekid, he has a Swablu, and Furfrou. And now he's going to attack and lock him out of item cards, which is going to be super crucial because he needs access to this Bulbasaur. And unfortunately, I don't think he has that opportunity right now, which is kind of crazy in his situation. So let's see what happens. He's going to swing back for another item lock. Hopefully he could get into Bulbasaur because he definitely needs that ASAP. Oh no, the game is absolutely over. Furfrou is going to come in and take the game. Let's go spectate another match. Right now, we have what it looks like a Mewtwo Mischievous is playing against Mega Absol and Greninja. This is definitely an interesting matchup. Don't sleep on Mismagius. Mismagius does put crazy numbers on the board if you allow it to set up properly, because it's just overall an insane play. And if you end up like getting the Honedge evolved all the way to the like final evolution, you know, you're putting 30 extra damage on the board for free. So it's kind of insane. Yo, I don't know what's going on with this blurry gameplay, but let me see if I could fix this by leaving and re-entering. Again, we do want to record high quality gameplay. The Mismagius is here, ready to deal 60 damage. I think this guy just really wanted to play the Mewtwo. He really wanted to play the Mewtwo, but this is kind of crazy, right? You do have one retreat cost, and you're also building up the Mewtwo in the back. You do play, what do you call it? What's that trainer card? The trainer card that gives an extra energy to Mismagius or Drifloon. Yeah, no, that card is pretty good and synergizes well with this deck. So let's see what ends up happening. Getting the Darkrai. Darkrai is amazing in this situation because you can start, you know, stacking damage. Not this turn, but the next turn. But you definitely want to start attacking. But the only downside that the Greninja Absol player, that Mewtwo is just gonna come in and start hitting for good amounts of damage, and that 150 is going to be on the table after after Mew's second turn. So let's see what ends up happening here. Mewtwo's definitely coming out. I don't see a world where, we see the Honedge just pop off, right? Unless he wants to sacrifice it and he's given up on that, that whole energy consumption. But going all the way down to the timer, choosing the Mewtwo overall, he's still going to get like 50 damage on this. And he's going to have to retreat this Mega Absol no matter what he does here. Because, like, he puts himself in a losing situation to Cyrus. If his opponent has access to Cyrus, it's kind of over for Jax. But Jax could definitely still come back from this. And I'm pretty sure he's in a position to retreat maybe into Chingling. And then give energy to Darkrai. Because what you want to do is abuse that darkness weakness afterwards. But you do get the Aegislash, and it is gold as well. And you're going to be doing 30 extra damage, which is super crucial. But at least here, you do not have access to an extra, Cyrus in the hand. So right now, Jax is in a position where, does he retreat the Mega Absol? Yes, he does. Because he has to put so much damage on this Mewtwo, because that 150 just got a lot more scarier. Just goes up to 180, which is a giant threat for, it doesn't even matter what Mega Pokemon at this situation, because Mega Absol definitely has, damage, and, Darkrai EX only has 140. Maybe today we might see this deck move on to the finals. Who knows? That would be insane. Sabrina is coming out. Where are we gonna swap into? Swapping into Froakie. Froakie's gonna get knocked out, obviously. But, it puts him in a situation where Mew is going to have 2 points and can one-shot anything on the board. I really don't think there's anything, Jax could do to come back from this. It's kind of crazy. Going in for the draw 2 here. I think he's just going to have to go for the swing here. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. He's only going to deal 100, and he needed that one extra ping in order to really pop off here. And it looks like it's going to go into Mewtwo Aegislash. $180 damage is insane. Let's go spectate a different match. Right now, we have a Jolteon on the field versus Decidueye, which ended up like coming off and on. But anyways, Jolteon is something that you don't want to sleep against. But this guy is playing Magnemite. Magnemite, Magnezone, it's all the same, but it's still kind of crazy that you could fit all those Pokemon in one deck. And not only that, getting the abuse of Copycat here, so you could see, your Magnezones, so you could start really popping off. His opponent is in a situation where, like, he has to have the Decidueye and, pop off, but at the same time, you're going to be taking massive amounts of damage. And I don't think you're going to be that quick in order, everything's going to be 2 shots in order to win, which is insane. 7 seconds on the clock. Opponent is not attacking. It's not doing anything. Wait, what? The opponent is in such a winning position and he just literally did not take the free point. Maybe he might regret this one. But at the same time, we're going to see Decidueye EX pop off. And Decidueye EX is going to put 80 damage on the Jolteon. But the only unfortunate part is that he's going to get a free 80 damage on him. Oh, it could do 100. I didn't even know the Jolteon was damaged. But anyways. Did his opponent just go AFK? Because he should have attacked the Chingling. He would have been in such a, better position here. But at the same time, I don't think it really matters because, let's just be real, right? He could just Cyrus in this Decidueye or, have the other Magnezone as well. So there's just so much going on here. Going into the second Jolteon EX. Maybe sniping the Jolteon EX would have been a good situation here, but at the same time, Magnezone comes out and going to force the opponent to coin flip in order to, attack successfully. So let's see what ends up happening. Rare Candy coming into his hand, but no Decidueye to be seen. Unfortunately, Rowlet. Yeah, no. In order to even snipe the Jolteon in the back row, he's going to have to get rid of this Magnezone. And, Magnezone, he's going to have to flip heads in order. He's in a very RNG situation. And he gave him kind of an out here, right? Because now Chingling could definitely start attacking and stalling, and he could potentially draw into another healing card, right? Another healing card could allow him to live longer and potentially come back into this game. I don't know if he's playing double Erica or double Lily or, one and, two of the other, but there are still ways you could definitely come back because this Magnezone he doesn't even have to attack with this Magnezone. He could just retreat this Magnezone and start attacking with the fresh one in the back row. So there's definitely a lot going on for the Jolteon player at this moment, but we have yet to see. Getting the Pokeball is crucial here because the Decidueye EX... Oh, wait a minute. The Rowlet was already taken. Again, we entered this match a little later, but it does look like the Rowlet was taken early game. So all he could depend on is this Decidueye EX. Which he's going to have to retreat into the into the Magnezone in the back row in order to pop off. Alright, 30 HP left. Let's go. Getting Professor's research, drawing to what outs can he find at this moment? Nothing at all. And this is going to be game Jolteon. Magnezone ends up taking the Decidueye matchup. Good games, good games. Let's check out other let's check out another stream to see if we still have other games playing. It looks like a bunch of the players... Oh, wait a minute. We have something. He ended up winning his matchup already. Unfortunately, we got a little late into that one. Maybe we have one more match? No. Alright, so it looks like a majority of the people have completed their match. Let's go back into the screen and see what's going on in this tournament, right? We have 96 players. Players complete their match out of 99. And let's look at the metagame. That's actually something we haven't really went over in the beginning, right? We have 36 Suicune Greninja decks. We have 18 Magnezone Oricorios. We have 14 Mega Altaria and Greninja. We have 12 Magnezone Mega Absol. So the Dark Zone has been seeing less popularity. Suicune is rising back up. As you could see, 36 players feel confident, that this deck is the best way to go. But we see a popularity rise on Mega Venusaur. Mega Venusaur, the last couple of days, has been doing good in multiple tournaments. So, just Mega Venusaur overall could be a very good, signal of a meta shift here. But then again, how much of it is really RNG that's, partaking in that. We have 11 Hydreigon Mega Absol. Hydreigon is still a very strong, deck here. We do have Greninja Mega Absol, Mega Altaria Furfrou, Mega Lopunny, and Lucario 7. Let's see. We have Charizard Y at a staggering 4, which is insane to me. So let me double check in the pairings. Round number 2 is up. We will be spectating multiple matches, and let's take a look at what's 1-0, right? The current standings right now. The Magnezone Ori's winning. Pikachu and Jolteon won their match. Suicune, we have the Charizard popping off. We have a Solgaleo EX and Skarmory EX popping off as well. This is actually an interesting build. Playing Jasmine as well. This is a hyper defensive Solgaleo. hopefully we see something unique pop off with this, because that would be kind of insane if it ends up like performing really well. I do want to check this Pikachu, because the Pikachu does have like, Pikachu EX has been like nasty. It's just like 150 damage, just ends the game like so quick. So that's something, you never want to sleep on. But we are getting ready to spectate more matches. So as soon as we have one live, I gotcha. So right now, people are still trying to connect with their opponents. So as soon as we have one, we should be all set. Let's double check. Actually, I do want to spectate this guy. This guy has an interesting deck. The Magnezone Oricorio. Okay, we got a match. We have a match. We have Suicune Ninja EX versus Charizard, Mega Charizard Y, which is water versus fire. This deck right here, I'm not gonna lie, if you set up the Mega Charizard Y to its most optimal setting, the deck is kind of unbeatable. But, Suicune is a little bit more consistent than just depending on, rare candies or anything like that, right? Because you still need 4 energy in order to pop off. We are going to heal the Froakie here, it looks like, and, going to evolve into which Greninja? Greninja EX, because Greninja EX is going to be the most optimal thing, right? You're going to be able to swap into Suicune. Suicune's going to allow you to draw a card, and your Greninja EX is going to be 170 HP for the, for the long term. So you're pretty much in a safe position here. Getting Froakie, so it looks like he didn't go for Hand Disruption here, right? Because that might have got him another Pokemon to put in the bench, right? But in this situation, you really don't have to. But Charmander is coming out with 1 energy in the back. Looks like he has to just swing here, because if not, he's kind of in a tough position. He's in a tough position to begin with right now. So Greninja EX is going to come into the lead and is going to fight. going to think about hitting the Mars, and Mars is coming out and shuffling the opponent back to 3 cards and swapping in and going in for the knockout, which is it's amazing. Just how this deck is overall super consistent and always has a way to pop off. Alright, Charmander hitting the main. Can Zerts do anything to come back? That is the real question here. Going in for the Pokeball. So he does have another chance at life, depending on what he puts on the bench, right? Like, he has not even evolving to Charmeleon would be a good situation for him, even though you really need that ramp, right? Magby coming out. Hold on, we might be cooking here, right? We retreat, we give the energy to Charmander, or you evolve to Charmeleon, because if he has a Charmeleon, nah, it's kind of cooked. It's kind of cooked at this point. I think it's all water right now. It would be diabolical if this man is able to draw a rare candy. Rare candy Cyrus might be able to win this. But at the same time, let's see what happens. Yeah, no, it's not looking great for the Charmander player, unfortunately. And it looks like the energy is going to get dropped on Greninja in the back row as well, because, you know, you could do 100 damage combined with the Shuriken. So it looks like Greninja EX is going to be able to, you know, finish his game off pretty easily. Don't know where the hesitation came through with that one, but yeah, this one is definitely looking like a wraps. Let me find another match that's probably popping off right now. Alright. So here we have, oh, we have Hydreigon. Hydreigon versus Dark Zone. This is going to be a good matchup here because, like, you know, Hydreigon usually pops off and does really well. But unfortunately, it does not look like he has Deano. Deano is definitely one of those Pokemon that you really need to have on the board, you know, in order to pop off, because, like, Mega Absol isn't enough to do that much crazy damage here. But it does look like the what do you call it, the Darkrai EX has full charge and could come in and attack at any point, but the red card is gonna give him double Hydreigon with 1 research. It's not looking that great for the opponent here. It's not looking great for the Hydreigon player, and coming in with the Darkrai EX in order to take out the Absol. Yo, what's going on, Your Highness? How you doing? Welcome into the stream. Alright, looks like the only thing we can do at this moment is come in with Mega Absol. But now, honestly, I would think having the copycat here would be a lot better than research at the moment. But at the same time, you know, not seeing the Dano is still, like, kind of hurt. Unfortunately, it does look like the Dark Zone player might take this, but we haven't seen a Magnemite being dropped. Oh, actually, they're all in the hand. He doesn't even have access to Magnemite. We're going to get rid of Cyrus here. He's still in a position where he has to find... Oh, no. Sabrina is gonna end the game here. Because either Cyrus or Sabrina would have ended the game for him regardless. So taking out Cyrus or Sabrina, it was a no, it was a lose-lose, right? You definitely needed something else. So it looks like we got another Ninja, huh? So Ninja is definitely becoming the best deck of the format now. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know what that was. But anyways, this is actually the Pikachu, the Pikachu variant of Jolteon that won their first match. And it does look like they have a bench full here. Let's see what he could do in order to start popping off here, right? He's trying to think, because if he goes into Jolteon, he could get the revenge kill easily with Mega Absol in the back, which is going to be unfortunate. It does look like Pikachu EX is going to come out here. What the guy really needed, he needed that Zeraora to have an energy in order to really pop off here, because he can't attack for 150. He can't really do anything right now. I mean, to be honest, I think he could have come in with like Zeraora and done, you know, 50 damage and get rid of the Magna Zone here, right? And then once you get rid of the Magna Zone, you have like a few more turns in order to build up the Pikachu or come in with something else. But I think it's a little too late for that, because he does have access to double elemental switch in his hand. But he is gonna opt in for copycat here, right? Yeah, in my opinion, I think he should have let out with Zeraora, and then Zeraora would have lived at least, you know, one of those hits. But leaving the Magna Zone alive here, I think was not the right play, but it had to be done. Here comes Professor's Research with a fatter hand. He does have way more options now, but at the same time, you know, he's in a position where he has to knock out. Well, he's gonna put good damage on Pikachu EX, so both of his opponents' EX Pokemon will definitely have a lot of HP stolen from them, so making it easily a Cyrusable game. Deciding not to go greedy here. Again, gonna go for the gonna go for the Professor's Research here, because you definitely want to keep it alive for as long as possible, the Pikachu. Switching into Eevee EX here, which is pretty good, I'm not going to lie, because you're gonna have access in order to attack with the Jolteon, and then Jolteon is just gonna swing for 8 here, and you know, he could just switch into Pikachu or the Zeraora play, right? It's not that over for Jolteon. This Jolteon player still has many options in order to pop off. But does his opponent have the Cyrus? Because having the Cyrus will be insane. My opponent got Ninja Irida to be out of range of my Mega Altaria. Woke up from sleep and yeah, that's Pocket for you. Unfortunately, that's Pocket. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear. But here we are, dropping double Chingling and Darkrai EX. Darkrai EX is going to be major here. Getting rid of Copycat. Cyrus isn't enough at the moment, unfortunately. Again, yeah, the Jolteon definitely is in a tough position here. Only having access to one elemental switch, don't know what he could do to get out of this one right now. If he did the Zeraora play, I think it would have been nice because he would have had 10 HP to play with there, and then he would have been able to swing an additional like 50 on the Mega Absol, right? And having that extra 50 on the Mega Absol, he would have had another, I don't know, he would have had that energy still on Jolteon maybe, and he could have had full HP Pikachu as well, and then he could have Cyrused in the damaged Absol here, but at the same time, he has 2 cards left in his deck, and if he has not played Cyrus yet, he would be in a bad position. Yeah, I'd be like that, Logan. Most TCGs usually be like that. It looks like we're just gonna deal 150 damage, and that's gonna be wraps for this game. Good games, good games. Hopefully we could spectate somebody else that is currently live. We do have another matchup here. We have... Wait a minute. What is this? What are we spectating? What did I walk into? We are seeing Magnezone and Giratina? Giratina? What is going on here? How did the psychic energy get on Magnezone? That's what I want to know. Dawn, maybe? Was Dawn a real card? But anyways, we do have a Giratina Magnezone versus, it looks like we're playing Dark Zone here, right? Yes, Cyrus definitely requires damage, and I'm kind of glad it needs to be conditions to be met. But anyways, Magnezone is going to not be knocked out by Mega Ab, so we're gonna get the quick Chingling. He is flexing the Cyrus because Giratina's gonna come in and just like eat that up. Giratina popping off, bro. The fact that you know, Mega Absol is at 80%. We're gonna see, is this the return of Giratina? Is Giratina found a new mate? Is it not, you know, Darkrai anymore? Is it Magnezone? And that's the game. That is the game. Hey, I love the stream. This Wheelchair Kev, I'm in the tournament a lot. Yo, I appreciate you. I'll see if we can spectate you if you are streaming your match. It'll be an honor to have you on. But thank you. I'm glad you like the experience here. Hold up. Let me see if we got any more live matches. It does look like everybody is completed their matchups. So let's go into the desktop stream real quick here and see what's going on. So, if we go into the pairings, we are waiting on one matchup to finish, and out of 100 matches, so this is actually, you know, going crazy. That means we have maybe about like 200 people, right? There's 100 matches, so we have 200 people in here, which is big W. Hold on one second. I'll keep refreshing. Okay, all of the matches are currently completed, it looks like. All right, we're getting ready to go into the next round. Round number 3. I am curious to see what's continuing to win. Give me 1 second while we spectate here. So we have Zeraora Jolteon. Jolteon has been popular in our tournaments and has been actually winning a lot. So this deck right here, do not sleep on it because it is kind of fire. Fat French fries with the... This deck is coming back. If you want to see what deck made the greatest comeback of all time, it's Swinninja, bro. Swinninja is back to being, you know, the best. But then again, you know, it definitely just pops off. Greninja again. Greninja is just being played everywhere and getting W everywhere, bro. You know why this deck is very popular at the moment? It's very popular because it performs well against Altaria, and when you start bringing in all of the Altarias, you definitely want to, you know, pull out Greninja because, you know, we've been in a very heavily dominated Altaria format from the beginning of Crimson Blaze. So, you know, that's one thing you definitely want to, you know, keep an eye out. So if we just keep looking, I want to bring up this one. Felipe has been doing pretty good with this Charizard build, but we're playing only one Mega Charizard Y and one regular Charizard. So the reasoning here, it looks like you definitely wanted to fit more cards in, maybe Leaf. Maybe you wanted to, I think Leaf was the card that you wanted to fit in here. That is a nice little call here, but at the same time, if you do not see that Mega Charizard, you're kind of screwed because you gotta play the other Charizard, but it still does 150 damage, which is pretty strong, I'm not going to lie. I just opened 4,500 cards. Bro, you're a whale. You must be a whale. You must have all the shiny cards. Yes, sir, Swinninja is still tier 0. Orizone is ready to counter when ranks start. Yeah, you know, it's going to be an interesting rank when it opens up on the 9th because, you know, we could head into a situation like we did last time, right? The whole format was just being figured out, right? And then now we're gonna head into the counter meta of the phase, like what people are starting to play to counter whatever the meta is, and that's basically what's gonna end up happening for the beginning of rank. So we are getting ready for round number 3. Round number 3 being started. I want to take a look at this build right here, bro. We are seeing Magnemite, Magnezone, Oricorio, Giratina EX. Bro, this deck looks kind of vile. It is undefeated right now. Pretty good, pretty good. What do they play against? They beat Swinninja, and then they beat Dark Zone, and they're playing against another Dark Zone. So that's going to be an interesting matchup to... Yo, we could spectate that match, to be honest. We do have access to the stream. So let me see if I can pull up somebody right now. Okay, we got it. I do want to spectate that Giratina Magnezone because lately he has been cooking. So, starting off with Giratina, right? It makes you think we're in the old Darktina formats right here, right? But getting access to Oricorio is pretty much crucial at this moment. So we're gonna go Space Ball over there, get the free energy, so you could either retreat or, you know, just continue to ramp and attack here. But at the same time, you know, this guy definitely needs to see his Magnemites. Copycat is going to get popped off. You know, his opponent could have access to his Magnemites, and that could be a lot crucial. You know, like this matchup really comes down to whoever could get like the Magnezone ready as quick as possible and start, you know, attacking and taking points as fast as possible. The energy popping off. Giratina's at 130. Mind you, it does take 20 damage for each time it attacks, so don't know if he definitely just wants to do a quick swap in here or not. He's in a very tough position, right? Because if this Darkrai attacks, he's doing what do you call it, 120 damage because he has the typeness advantage, right? But at the same time, your Oricorio is not going to be able to attack, and it's just going to be getting pinged by 50 damage. And if your opponent has access to Clement or has access to Magnezones, he's only going to like speed up his deck here. So in order not to get Cyrus in, we're going to heal, Giratina all the way back up to full health. And it does look like it's going to be a game where Giratina is going to be a major part in this play. And then a Clement comes in, so the Magnetons are coming into his hand, and his opponent is going to be able to set up and pop off here. This is looking crazy. I'm not going to lie. It's not looking good for the Giratina player. He definitely needs a lot in order to go his way, in order to pop off, because we're not even having any success finding Magnemites here. But it looks like it is a dual energy deck. Definitely a dual energy deck, and it looks like Giratina is going to be live to attack pretty soon. But not having access to any cards like Darkrai that could chip, is going to be very crucial. And it looks like he has Magnezone maybe ready to go. Magnezone ready to go, so he could attack the Ori real quick. 10 cards left in the deck. So the reason you could get away with Electric and Psychic, because your Magneton is giving you free electric energy, while you have Giratina that can actually give you free psychic energy by using its ability here. So getting the extra Giant's Cape here is not going to be that nice on the Giratina, because you can only do 130 damage. Only if it was like Rocky Helmet, right? If it was like Rocky Helmet, it could be like super crucial on getting the knockout on the Magnezone, or putting him in a position where he doesn't want to attack. But yeah, no, Dark Zone player does look like it's gonna take this match right now. The Giratina player is definitely trying to figure out, should he just go all in on Giratina, because no matter what he does, Oricorio is gonna get knocked out. No matter what he does, he's gonna get knocked out. Going in for the Giant's Cape here. And Space Bellow. That's definitely the best play that he could have done now. But now, it looks like either or. I feel like I'm not sure. I feel like the Darkrai is gonna be the one that's gonna get ramped up with energy here. But no, Absol is definitely the one that's going to get the energy, so it could be ready to attack in the following turns. Maybe he wants to split his energy, one on Absol, and then start charging the Darkrai afterwards. But at this point, it really doesn't matter. He's going to take 90 damage here. And that's 90 damage you do not want to take on the Giratina. The Magnemite actually makes it into his hand, but it's a little too late. I'm not going to lie. It's a little too late here. You definitely needed this in the earlier rounds, but he's not out yet, because he still can hit for 130 and potentially attack, not even attack with Magnezone. That's the problem. He can't even attack Magnezone. I mean, Magneton. Damn, there's so many mags. But wait a minute. It does look like we're going to swap in with the Sabrina, just getting that play out. And that's going to wrap it up. All right, let's spectate. Let's spectate Logan. Oh, it looks like he is talking with his opponent. A lot of players are moving in quick.
Oh boy.
Okay, we have a Jolteon versus that look like Megalopony, and Megalopony does look like they do have the advantage here, right? You do have access to Lucario's. Wait a minute, he got the heads in order to win the game? He put himself in a situation to lose the game? No way, Fallen has just come back and stole a game that looks so unwinnable. Holy Jolteon. Okay, so we have another matchup going on here. We have Hydreigon versus Charizard, but this one is playing Torkoal. Torkoal is pretty good for him, right? Because like he could just start swinging early, but at the same time, it has 80 HP, and then you know, this what do you call it? This Absol could just come in here and get the free kill on it. But if he does see a Charizard, Mega Charizard Y right now, he is in trouble. So no Cyrus here. We are one card away. He is one card away from winning this game. Can he draw the Charizard Y? If Charizard Y pops off, he wins. Or if you get a copycat or anything. No way! That was insane, bro. Charizard Y EX coming in with a 250 damage top deck. That was crazy work, bro. That was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, who would have thought we would have got back-to-back, like, insane matchups? Okay. Looks like we have Hydreigon here playing a Crobat EX variant, right? With probably Mega Absol. This is definitely an interesting deck that we're spectating, but, you know, you cannot count out Poison. Poison could pop off and, you know, steal games if necessary. Wait, were you the Jolteon player or were you the Charizard? If you were the Charizard one, you top decked that Charizard. It was insane. I loved it. I like Charizard. Yo, GG's, bro. That was a good game. And then the Poison's gonna be good enough to take away the you know, the Diano. Now here he's in a situation. He's putting himself in a situation where he has to draw the Hydreigon, but he doesn't see the Hydreigon. Now you guys are probably confused why he put the Diano instead of the Mega Absol here. Because he has access to X speed, and now he could just retreat into the Mega Absol and then start swinging for 80 damage, which is going to be crucial here, right? If his opponent doesn't have access to Crobat, the game is over. If Ricky doesn't have access to his Hydreigon, it's over. Or his Cyrus. Ooh, this is kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. I think he's going to want to get rid of the Cyrus depending on his bench right now, right? Because, like, they're both one-shot, but the Professor's Research could get him. Actually, no. Professor's Research could definitely get him there. Get him to that Crobat EX. So, definitely in a tough position here. Might lead out to Zubat. And then pray you get the Crobat. Overall, it looks like the Hydreigon player might be popping off here. 4 out of 5. here. Hey, at least you hit it, right? We got that moment alive. That's all that matters. Worm. But that shit was funny, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so it looks like he didn't get anything that he needed in order to pop off, unfortunately. So we're gonna go move on to another match. I don't know if there's any more matches. I think we spectated everything that was live going on. So let's go back into the desktop stream and see what we could get. So we have 85 matches out of 92 completed. Let's see what's seed number 1 right now. This Greninja deck is just hands down one of the best. Yo, what's going on? Pokebomb TCG, how you doing? Welcome into the stream. So we have a lot of Swinninja players actually, you know, being successful in this tournament, which makes kind of sense, right? There's so many Swinninjas here, you know, popping off. There's a lot of Dark Zone players as well, so Dark Zone will probably see a nice win. Wait a minute, hold up, are we bringing back Leafeon? Yo, do you guys remember this deck? This deck was like insane back in the day. Now you have access to Stampede. Yo, this deck actually beat Mega Altaria in DD, and it beats Ninja. It beats Ninja. This deck right here, is it making the comeback? Is it making the greatest comeback of all time? Let me see what else. I want to see if there's any interesting matchups. Yo, the toxic deck here. We have just Zeraora, Oricorio, and Greninja. We call this the Amoose / Jimbo. This deck right here is the definition of anti-meta. Pure anti-meta. I want to see the Venusaur decks here. Venusaur is popping off. I feel like Chingling is the most popular version now because I feel like it was the most successful one, to be real. And, you know, I don't blame people. So we're hitting on 2 matches right now. We got 90 out of 92 matches completed. Again, quick refresher on the metagame. We do have 36 Swinninjas, 19 Magnezone Oricorios, and 14 Mega Altaria Greninjas. Those are the top 3 decks for today's metagame. And that's pretty much it when it comes to the metagame. We are playing best of 1, so we still got a few more people just finishing their matches. I just want to make sure everything is all set here. I just want to make sure I'm not tripping. Okay, we're waiting on Sheen's matchup. And who's the second? Oh no, just Hold on 1 second. Let me see what else. I want to see Venusaur. I was entered as a Dolphin, and then I switched last second because at the start of your stream, you mentioned Venusaur has been popping off, and Dolphin is like 5-95 against Venus. It has been popping off. I'm not going to lie. If you look at the last 4 or 5 tournaments, Venusaur has been making like top 8. It has been making top 8. But in my tournament right now, we have 10. Yeah, we have 10 Mega Venusaurs in here with a win rate of 60%. Yeah, this thing has 60% win rate right now, bro. Heading into round 3. Wait a minute. Does Venusaur really have a high win rate? 60%. Swinninja has 57. Mega Altaria and DD has 60. It's kind of tied right now with Mega Altaria. Holy. Can this be a Mega Altaria type of tournament? I mean, a Mega Venusaur tournament? I don't know. But all I'm going to say is round number 4 is up and ready to go. So make sure to check into your matches, and we will look to spectate somebody else. As soon as we can find a matchup, we got y'all. It only took a while. It only took a while in order to pop off. But we have a matchup here. Maybe. Hold on, let me see. Okay, we got a match. We have Swininja versus what do you call it? Swininja versus Dark Zone here. So not starting off with anything but Chingling here, and then you have the most optimal start you want as a Swininja player, right? You have Suicune out, and then you have Froakie in the back, so you're gonna be able to keep drawing your cards. Oh, this is funny. It's Nuno. Bringing out Indeedee in the background and going to optimize by getting free cards. So this is actually major right here. You do need a Magnemite. Getting the Mega Absol instead. Wonder what he's gonna go for here, right? Darkrai? Darkrai is hitting the field. See, the reason why Darkrai is gonna be hitting the field, it's the best option, better than Mega Absol at this moment, because you could definitely put extra 20 damage and get 10 damage off Chingling and locking them out of, you know, rare candy here. Locking them out rare candy while you build up your Suicune is pretty good, but it doesn't even matter. The Frogadier is here. That made a lot. Frogadier is here, kind of wrong. I'm not gonna lie, but anyways, Frogadier is gonna be able to bridge that you know, that evolutionary line into Suicune, into Greninja. I mean. Ooh, getting access to the Magnemite here is pretty big. But at this point, I think you're really in a position where Chingling is going to go no matter what you do here. And you're definitely going to see a Greninja probably pop off. It doesn't matter how or which one at this point. I think if you get the one that hits the back row, you could get the Darkrai out on the field, but you definitely don't want to get the Darkrai out on the field yet. But abusing Indeedee here is good. Going back to 120 to make sure you don't lose to the Darkrai, right? Because, like, you know, it would suck losing to the Darkrai in one hit. Gonna get hit with Mars here. It's gonna be crucial because he had access to Magneton and Magnezone. Only getting the Mega, what do you call it, Absol back out of all those cards. Getting hit with 100 damage here. Okay, Copycat is here. So he could actually, you know, rebuild his hand here, but at the same time, you do not want to keep placing more monsters. We're just gonna optimize with the Copycat. He needs to get the Magnemite if he wants to continue this game. I mean Magneton. Which he ends up getting the Magneton and plus more, as you guys seen. So he's getting ready in order to stay in this matchup, which is great. So gonna deal 100 damage here, leaving the opposing Suicune with 100 damage. But the problem is here, he is gonna take a massive amount of damage. He lose to Cyrus himself. So, but the good thing here is he's gonna have the Magna Zone ready to swing, unless he has something else cooking in the background, which I'm not sure. He does have a lot of cards in his hand in order to pop off, so going in for a Pokeball to thin out the deck, or, you know, to prevent, you know, any more copycats, or, you know, red cards or Mars. You want to thin out your deck and hand, well, with useless cards as possible. You don't want them back in the deck. You do not want to redraw those cards, because that will only set you back. And it looks like Suicune is going to get the extra energy here. And we're going to go max damage on the Darkrai and going to swing for 80 damage on top of that 20. Irida is going to be annoying to deal with. I'm not going to lie. But now he's in a very tough position, right? You're 20, you're one Greninja ping from losing the game. Dark Zone really doesn't play any healing cards. So, you know, your opponent already has 1 point. It's kind of over. So it looks like Nuno's going to be moving on to the next game. Going in for the red card, but again, I feel like it's a little too late in order to pop off with that. I'm telling you, Greninja is nasty and has always been nasty. Suicune's gonna hit the field, and this is gonna be the game. Greninja, quick ping, good games, good games. Okay, so it looks like he won. Decidueye just beat Hydreigon. Oh wait, we got another Decidueye matchup here, right? So we have Decidueye versus Swinninja. This is actually a pretty good matchup here, right? Do have kind of the type advantage, and you get to swing into one in the back row, which he's going to take the game against Swinninja. It's just the rise of the Decidueye players. This is insane. We got back-to-back Decidueyes popping off. Back-to-back. I don't know how Dark Zone has been popping off. It seems so slow to me for low damage. I also feel like the coin flip has like a very has a very like strong effect, you know. Let's actually take a quick look here. Is Jack still playing? Okay. We have Mega Absol Greninja with a full setup versus Altaria. I don't know which Altaria variant this is. It is the Ninja Altaria. It is looking kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. But we do have Mega Absol here with double energy. It does look like Jax has the advantage here. We're going to be put in a coin flip situation. Is he going to wake up? No, he's not going to wake up. Sing is kind of broken. Sing is kind of broken. We're going to go for a double Greninja. Double Greninja is going to hit the Chingling and win the game. or he's just gonna go after the Swablu. It doesn't really matter. But he could have gone for the double Chingling in the back and it would have won him the game anyways. But good games. Jax ended up taking against Mega Altaria. Alright, looks like most of our contestants are done with their matches, so let's see what's going on here. If we switch back into the desktop. Alright, so we have 71 matches out of 85 completed. So let's 72. So let's look at the standings from the last round, right? What was 3-0 was a bunch of 2 Suicunes. We have an Altaria Furfru. We have a Magnezone Ori being undefeated. 2 Hydreigons. 1 Mega Venusaur undefeated from Japan. Let's actually take a look at this Mega Venusaur. Again, playing 1 Bulbasaur because you really don't want to waste space into your deck with cards like Pokeball. So it looks like Bulbasaur is also popping off, right? Double Ivysaur and double Mega Venusaur is pretty strong here. So overall, I don't know. I kind of want to try out this build. I definitely would want to try this build. He's 4-0. He's 4-0. Now look at this. We have 2 Swinninja players. We have a Greninja and Mega Absol win, and then we have a win against Anti-Meta, which is basically Oricorio and Greninja Zeraora, which, to be fair, you're not really putting that much damage on the field. You're really just kind of making your opponent not really play the game here, but at the same time, you know, he ended up getting that win. I wonder, what is his Ori counter? He has no Ori counter. His Rocky helmets are Ori counters. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this deck going to see a lot of success in our event? Ridiculous. Like, this deck right here could be the most annoying thing in the world, especially if you don't know how to play against it, because, like, this thing could have, like, the most ridiculous, like, HP in the world while dealing 90 damage, right? So, and you have like Gardevoir that's promoting the quick what do you call it, energy ramp, which is insane. You do have a lot of interesting decks here. 80 out of 85 are completed. What else is undefeated still? Is it still undefeated? No, it's still in process, and he's fighting Exorcist over here. Oh, fun fact. Exorcist is actually one of our tournament winners. He won one of our tournaments earlier, and basically he is playing Magnezone today. Magnezone Ori is a very strong pick into the metagame right now, so that's another thing that I would probably say keep an eye out. What else is undefeated? Worm. Worm is... Let's see how Worm is popping off. Wait, did he disappear? Oh, he's right here. This is his build. He is playing double Magby and one Torkoal for the Ori. In his matches, he ended up losing to Magnezone. Which Magnezone did he end up playing? Oh, just Ori Mag. Ori Mag is the overall strong pick, but at the same time, you know, if you haven't seen your Mega Charizard Y, that could also be another factor. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just checking your match. I'm like, damn. But there is a Venusaur up here that's undefeated, which is kind of crazy. If we go into the decks that are X1, I kind of have high hopes for this. No, he lost. Like, I have high hopes for this Mega Leafeon and Flareon. W throwback, right? You know, you could optimize with Copycat and May, which is pretty good. And then you still have access to, room for EV bags. Yeah, Charizard, it really, if you can't find your Charizard, it's kind of Jover. Wait, we have a 3-0 Buzzwole. Believe it or not, this deck is kind of nasty. And it always has a habit of coming back into the metagame and, shifting in and out of the metagame. So, like, I wouldn't put this deck, completely out of the metagame yet, but this deck has a lot of potential. But not to mention, it did take a loss to, old buddy, our old buddy pal. What do you call it? Greninja EX. This deck will remain supreme for a while now. So get ready for rank. Get ready for Swin Ninja rank. So if we keep refreshing, we go into the pairings. We have one matchup. We are waiting for one matchup. Let's take a quick look here. Alright, seems like 85 matches out of 85 matches are completed right now. But we're just waiting on one match. There's just one judge call. As soon as the judge call is all set, we should be ready to get, moved on to the next round. 4-0 with Reniculus. Yo, that's you? Oh, congrats. This deck right here just overall looks amazing. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen many variants here, but like this overall is insane. But anyways, like again, this Reniculus could just come out of nowhere and pop off and steal games, especially with the giant amount of HP that you could generate with Gardevoir. If I ever see a Reniculus with 900 HP, I'm just gonna be like throwing the towel, bro. That's stronger than a Mega Pokemon. Way stronger. So it looks like Exorcist ended up taking the L here. Let me double check one thing. Hold up one sec. Alright, round number 5 is up. Let's go. Good luck to everybody. So if we go into the standings here, we have 4-0 Swinninja. We have a 4-0 Hydreigon, 4-0 Magnezone, Venusaur, Hydreigon again, Reniculus, 2 Greninja EXs of Swinninjas, 1 Mega Altaria and Greninja, 1 Magnezone and Absol, and then 1 more Swinninja. These are the top decks right now that are undefeated. We do have a Whimsicott here that is X1 as well. That is popular. We do have a Porygon Z that's actually X1 too. So this deck is seeing a lot of potential too. There is a lot of decks that have a lot of potential going into the format. So let me find a matchup for you guys, and as soon as we could get that for you, we will get a stream started. I got y'all with a match. Let's go. So here we got Hydreigon versus Mega Lopunny. So this is actually a good matchup right now. It really depends. Like, I feel like the winning matchup here could go into the Hydreigon player, right? Because just doing a lot of early damage, you could just come out of nowhere and hit them with a Hydreigon, and it is insane. In his hand, he has a lot of potential to, like, you know, pop off here. I wonder how he's gonna do this, because, you know, we're one card away from, like, ending this game. Because if he could get access to a rare candy, he kind of wins the game here. I'm not going to lie. And I feel like he's not playing anything on the board here, because if you play anything on the board, you're going to open yourself up to a Sabrina situation or a Repel situation, and you definitely do not want to, you know, give that up, especially if you see a Baneri in the back. But it does look like the Baneri in the back is getting the energy, so it does seem like, you know, he does have access to Mega Lopunny, and that is actually telling right there. Serena getting him access to that. Is he going to be able to draw hand disruption? No hand disruption here, but regular Absol is going to be able to put in a lot of work here. We're going to go in for the retreat, and then, you know, swing, evolve, and then swing for 30 in the back. Now, don't know if you want to go and swing after the, you know, Baneri, or if you want to swing after the, you know, the Skull Fossil, because 130 damage is kind of crazy from Rampardos as well. So don't get me wrong, one energy from that, you know, could put you at a big disadvantage. But having access to the other Dano would be good, but he is debating if he should keep the Mega Apps here, which is kind of crazy. We're going to go for the leap over, hitting the Baneri for 30 extra damage, which is crazy. Your record is 560 HP. I just saw that, bro. That is insane work. Insane work. But that's fire. Okay, after getting hit in the back row, Jerry definitely does have multiple options here, right? We know he has the Mega Lopunny EX because he did use Serena to get it, but Rare Candy Rampardos is actually going to show up, which is kind of scary, you know? It's not looking good for the Hydreigon player right now, because this fighting deck, you know, the RNG is working with him in every aspect. Now we're in a position, do you want to start building the Mega Absol in your hand and then drop the Diano? Or, you know, he's very much in a position where he could get at least one free point when it comes to the Baneri in the back. But at the same time, you know, 130 damage is 130 damage. You do not want to give up. But don't get me wrong, you know, if you do end up knocking out the Absol here, you will be taking you know, damage, 130 damage from the Hydreigon next turn. So Jerry is definitely not in the clear right now. Maybe even pulling out Mega Lopunny could be a mistake here so early in the game, because it could lose you the game if they have Cyrus or anything like that and it's in your back row. So that's one thing you have to keep in mind. Many options here. I wish I could see his hand so we could definitely know what's going on, but right now doesn't look like the Megalopony is hitting the field. And we're gonna go for a swing. No swing. We're just gonna retreat and attack. Pardos hitting for 130, taking 50 damage in return. I'm pretty sure Hydreigon has to come out here. This is actually not the worst thing in the world, right? You do have access to build up the Hydreigon all the way. You could drop the Deano, but I was about to say, if he played Copycat without dropping Deano, I would have gone crazy because, you're losing access to another potential Hydreigon. Oh, but this is huge. You have access to Indeedee, and Indeedee's going to be able to make sure your Hydreigon deals 20 damage after taking 30 from using its ability. So, we're facing off with new Rampardos versus the old Rampardos. He's going to get hit with 130. No, not effing round. That's actually a funny name, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so Megalopony hitting the field here. Jerry, which they started out very strong in this round, is in a very particular situation right now. Not deciding to attack, which was actually very interesting. Did he just end his turn? Don't know what ended up happening here, but it does look like, Mega Absol is going to get the Giantscape. Hydreigon's going to hit for 140 damage here. Hitmontop making the field. But I feel like it's a little too late no matter what happened here. GG's. Okay, looks like he's doing something with his deck. Okay, so we got some Magnezone player, right? Dark Magnezone versus some Altaria that's playing Oricorio Psychic, which the Oricorio Psychic, it's kind of like a mini version of Marshadow, right? But for Psychic Pokemon. Being able to deal the extra 10 damage is kind of good here. So you can get the free point, and you're going to put your opponent in a weird situation where, they're going to either have to put you to swing or they're going to have to see the other Altaria. Because I believe Mega Altaria needs double Psychic energy, right? Don't know what this guy is cooking. I'm gonna keep it 100. Don't know what he's cooking. But he's playing the regular Altaria, which actually could do 100 damage here. His opponent's gonna need to see Magnezone in order to start, to start popping off. Because if he doesn't see the Magnezone, he's just gonna be in trouble. So, one sec. All right, cool. So Magnezone hits the field, right? Magnezone hitting the field here is gonna put him in a situation where he has to flip heads in order to attack, which could be the most annoying thing in the world. But at the same time, you know, let me see. All right, so looks like Magneton is getting charges up here, ready to swing. Two points already for the Magnezone Dark player. Does he have Mega Altaria in order to pop off? And not only that, you're going to need a full bench as well in order to pop off. Professor's Research getting you closer. We're gonna go for the Pray Sing. Is Heads gonna pop up or Tails? Heads, he wakes up and it looks like Magnezone, Dark Magnezone is going to be moving on to the next round. I just lost to flipping 3 out of 4 tails on sleep. Bro, I'm not gonna cap. That sing ability is like absolutely the most broken. I don't know. I feel like the RNG is like slightly favored on the Swablu. I could just be tripping, but I mean, I've even done that to people where I flipped like really good against them. Okay, we got a matchup here. We got Mega Charizard Y is insane. But yo, 3 out of 4 tails is crazy, bro. I would never love to be in that position, but it looks like with Worms summoning Mega Charizard Y, the opponent kind of just left. I mean, to be real, his only real attacker is Hydreigon here, right? Maybe he's doing the math out where like the 50 damage might win him the game. But like, he's kind of in a position where like he loses his Hydreigon, he loses the game. If he keeps a Mega Charizard Y at full HP, he also loses the game. So, I mean, he could come back by like retreating, but I don't think that's the most optimal play right now. No, I know you're the Orikori Ogre Ninja. I think we spectated you a few matches. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but like, I don't know. I feel like the dual energy that you're running, it works, right? Because like, the simple fact that you don't really need to rely on each other, it's kind of crazy. But it does look like we're gonna get the easy knockout on the Hydreigon here. I think he needed that in order to pop off. Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Looks like we're going to give that energy all the way into the Charmander so Charmander can start getting built up and have access to, multiple cards in the hand. That's kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie, having access to another Charizard and having access to Rare Candy. Looks like Satoshi is over. I think he's just like broken. I don't know what happened to him. Yo, you're 4-1 with Mega Ampharos? Yo, bro. Stream one of your matches on Discord so we could spectate. That's actually pretty fire. We don't see Mega Ampharos popping off every now and then. But yeah, nah, it looks like the Hydreigon player just left, and it looks like it is going to Worm over here. Worm is getting the free round, I guess. Ampharos, yeah, Ampharos is popping off. So it looks like a lot of our players have completed their matches. So let's actually look at the top and pop off here. Yo, it's starting to be like one of those flashbang situations, right? Where it kind of screws you. Alright, so we have 73 matches out of 73 matches completed. We are in round number 5. We do have, 7 rounds of Swiss moving into top 32. So be on the lookout for that. Oh, wait, what? I was about to say something like kind of messed up. Alright, so here are all the 4-0s. Let's see if the 4-0s are still 4-0. Venusaur is actually 5-0. I'm telling you. I feel like this Venusaur is about to win. Yeah, that fucking one Bulbasaur is kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to spectate a lot of his matches if we could get him on. We do have Hydreigon 5-0 as well. How about Nuno? Nuno is also 5-0, so this is crazy. How about the Reniculus? Please be undefeated. I hope you're undefeated. 5-0, 5-0. Yo, just little thing. You wanna stream your match in the next round? You want to stream your round in the next round? That would be insane. Your opponent didn't mean to DC. I mean, it happened though. I'm in the middle of a tournament. I can't really. There's no way to replay it out. I mean, don't know if there's a judge call for that. I'm gonna keep it a stack. All right, the next rounds are up. It seems like. For the standings, it's 5-0. It's already. But let me see for the pairings. Alright, cool. I got you. Alright, so we're getting into the next round. Right now, the first seed right now is Nuno. Shoutouts to Nuno. He kind of made what do you call it? He kind of made like Top Cut. He did make Top Cut in Frog DX and is currently undefeated in our tournament as well. So this guy's this guy grinds the game like crazy. 5-0 is insane. In this and making Top Cut for another tournament at the same time. But anyways, let's refresh. Let's get a matchup here. Alright, we're gonna get the Reniculus player. As soon as they find a match, we got you. Okay. Let me just mute them. Yeah, the deck that we're gonna spectate, chat, I'm gonna show you guys. It's currently undefeated. This deck right here. I just want to keep an eye out for this deck. And we are getting ready to start. He is playing GDM. Oh my god. This is gonna be a great match. This is gonna be a great match to spectate. Well, as soon as they made a connection. Only one player can make it. Let's see who's taking it. Is it gonna be Ninja or is it gonna be Ridiculous? Alright, it looks like we're starting off with the routes. I don't show hands at all. And there's a delay. Alright, so it looks like GDM is going in for a Pokeball, but getting the Froakie start, which is kind of crazy. And getting access to Suicune, it's kind of crazy. So let's talk about the Ridiculous, right? So for every energy, you do get an extra 30 HP, right? Getting extra 30 HP for each Psychic Energy is going to be very, very nice here. But looks like we're going to opt in for the Copycat. Copycat is going to help immensely here. So now we're going to go into what it seems like is Pokeball here. Which is the good thing about, you know, going second. You're going to have access to all of the energy here. You're going to have access to energy ramping. And it does look like he's going to have, you know, the build-up ready. GDM is not going to be able to swing here, but does look like he could potentially swing. It is kind of laggy on this end. Let me see if I can spectate on the other side, where it's kind of smooth. There was a little bit of lag on the other one, so now we have Greninja on the field, and we have Suicune EX. He has a Solotus that got hit by 20 by the Greninja in the front, so it does look like we're going to, you know, lead in with Greninja, but Rare Candy coming out, having the Ridiculous here pop off. Mind you, it does get 30 HP for each energy, and this is crazy. The Kirlia is coming out. Kirlia is here, ready to just be a wall if necessary. So it's kind of in a position where if he keeps using Greninja, the front row, in the back row, he's not going to be able to get the free kill on the Kirlia, and that's going to be a problem for him in the long term. But at the same time, you know, the back row Kirlia is pretty strong. Nah, you're fine. I would have still watched your stream. I would have still watched your stream if Nuno wasn't streaming. You're fine. But anyways, the 20 damage, it does look like we're gonna be ramping that up on the Ridiculous, giving the energy to Suicune, and it looks like we are looking for more answers. Trying to get as many answers here with the Greninja. I mean Suicune with 3 draws. So right now, it looks like Curlia is going to get that energy. Potentially retreat here. We're going to get the... Going to go with a evolution here. Potentially Gardevoir. Because Gardevoir is going to be able to ramp up energy. And then the energy is going to, you know, he's going to go up 60 HP a turn. 60 HP a turn is insane. Now we're seeing the strength of Reniculus. 90 damage and having 60 HP healing is kind of crazy if you ask me. Going to drop Suicune EX because you want to do the most optimal damage, the most damage that you can do here. Let's see what Nuno ends up doing because, again, it really is a tough position to be on. So it looks like we're going to optimize the 20 damage, hitting the back row. Going in for the Cyrus, which is going to be major here for Nuno. Because, like, Gardevoir is that card that, you know, gives Reniculus a crazy HP buildup, right? But it looks like he's going to need to retreat with 2 energy here. He didn't go for an attack. He went to build up the Suicune in the back. But I wonder if he's just gonna retreat here and then just optimize for another swing. Mind you, he's going to gain another 30 HP. He's gonna gain 30 HP from this as well, so he's gonna pick up a free KO. And you know what's the crazy part? He doesn't have to clog the field, right? He could just stay where he's at. But he ends up playing another Soulless. That is kind of crazy. If you ask me, that is kind of crazy. But, you know, you are able to heal. You are able to heal. In my opinion, I think he should have kept the Soulless in hand. But now he has access to another Pokemon. Has access to do 100 damage here, which is kind of crazy. We saw him flash a card. Wonder if he's gonna go for the hand disruption here. Right now, it is looking a little bit tricky, right? Because he has to get 3 knockouts in order to, you know, win this game. Having access to Cyrus is pretty good as well, so does look like the Soulless is going to be targeted for sure. Now having 60 HP is crazy. But the thing is, with Gardevoir being out in the field, you could definitely... Oh, that is major right there. Taking minus 20 and healing 60 damage. Wow. This is bananas right now. 120 and the helmet. Going for a free 90. Indeedee coming out. That's actually game changing for him as well. So like Suicune could live a lot longer. And the Greninja coming out, Greninja popping off. So now he could definitely have a lot of board control here, right? Having the giant cape, so you know Suicune could definitely live longer. But it is also 90 HP from losing this game, so We're gonna have to drop the Irida if he wants to stay alive. I think those Greninjas were crucial. I'm not going to lie. Very, very crucial. Right now, Nuno has to do... He's put in a position in order to, like, win this game. Like, he has to decide where to hit correctly. Double on the Reniculus, and then going to potentially knock it out. No, it's going to do 6 damage here. Oh, 80 damage. Did I do the math wrong? I thought it was minus 20 because of the helmet, but my bad. Does he have access to get in? Copycat is coming out. Rare candy. Hold up 1 minute. This might not be over. Might not be over. I forgot that they slow evolved into the Gardevoir. But the problem is the Suicune is way ahead when it comes to the energy consumption. So it doesn't look like it's going to be able to, you know, survive another hit. So it looks like we're spreading out the damage. I'm gonna bring out the Cyrus here in order to knock out the Gardevoir. Alright, let's see what happens. Professor's research, is any tool going to be enough to help him? Because he's still packing 90 damage, which is kind of crazy. The healing factor is here, which is kind of crazy. 160 HP. Yeah, nah, this deck seems like it could hang, but at the same time, you know, he's only at 80 HP. This Ridiculous could come back out of nowhere, bro. I feel like that Indeedee might have just changed the game up a little bit. I won't count him out yet because kind of seems a little crazy that he just goes up. Like, now he's going up like 50 HP per turn. Optimally, he wanted that extra 30. Yeah, this matchup is looking a little bit crazy. I'm glad we were able to spectate this one, but holy. Now he's gonna go up another 50 HP. But now having access to Cyrus, I think, might cost him, like, the game. Because having access to Cyrus is kind of crucial. But yeah, nah, he gets like a 40 ping from Greninja, and then boom, he could do another 60 damage. but he has to retreat to the other Greninja in order to do anything. And that's the game. He's gonna be able to do 80 damage. Good games, good games. Honestly, if he had like a Cyrus, that would have been insane. That would have been insane. Alright, let's see if we could spectate anybody else. Okay, that was actually pretty much close. That was pretty much a close game, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel like if Solosis did not come out, like, it would have been a whole different game. A whole different game. But let me see. That did take a long time, so it did look... Maybe we don't have any more matches. Pretty sure this is round number 6 as well. Alright, let's check out the pairings here. Oh, everybody's done with their match. That was actually a long match. So we're getting ready to go into round number 7, and then from round number 7, we're gonna head into top 32. So we're getting close to the end of the tournament. Did you end up playing Husaholic? Did you play against that person? Just want to make sure everybody's ready for the next round. Okay. Just a quick announcement. If you guys see pinned in my on my channel chat, if we do end up getting 50 likes, we will raffle off a shiny Oricorio to somebody in the chat. And if we do get 5 channel memberships, we will raffle a second additional shiny Oricorio to someone in our chat. So how it would work, we open up a raffle and then we just have everybody sign into it, and then boom, we'll pick one of the viewers that that's RNG picked, and we'll trade them the shiny Oricorio. So they will have access to get that. Alright, the next round is paired. The undefeated decks are only Nuno and Swininja versus Hydreigon, which we could get that match on stream. We could get that. It's top tier, right? 2 undefeateds duking it out. Venusaur is X1 as well, especially with Mega Altaria. And we have the Gardevoir Reniculus, X1 as well, and other Swininjas. So we have many options here, many options to spectate. But I feel like getting the top matchup would be interesting. So let's actually take the 2 undefeateds and spectate the match. As soon as they start playing, I'll get them on. Oh wait, we got a match. Right now, we have Suninja versus Jolteon, which is actually a pretty interesting match. Jolteon is coming out right on the curve, which is going to be pretty good for him because now he could do weakness type advantage and plus an additional 20 damage from attaching an energy, but they do have access. Hold on. Let me serve deafen, so boom. So they do have access to do extra damage, but they do have, you know, the Giant Cape. Giant Cape is going to be pretty good for, you know, the Swinninja player here, right? The simple fact that, you know, that they have that extra 20 HP and they have the Indeedee being able to heal anything like that from Jolteon's experience. But going in for the copycat here, which is great on his end. Suicune is not going to be able to do that much damage unless there's more board presence on Diego's side of the field. I haven't seen that as of yet. So now we're just waiting to see what he has drawn, because he could potentially go into a second Jolteon EX as well and start, you know, prepping that, or just commit to the swing, which I feel you might just have to go into the commitment for the swing here. And that's exactly looking that way right there. 100 damage is insane. But he does have 80 in the build. Going in for Rare Candy into Greninja, and yeah, it is kind of over. Kind of over from there. Alright, we got another matchup. Oh, I thought they were playing. Okay, we got Swinninja player versus Hydreigon, which is pretty strong as well. So let's see what ends up happening here. So we're gonna swing for the 130, which is perfect numbers for the Hydreigon player. Mr. Flo, welcome in. How you doing? Indeedee's coming out. This is not looking good for the Swinninja player because Indeedee's 130 as well, right? And he has to play an energy on Indeedee to retreat it. Like, just say if he even did get Suicune, which he did, you know, there's really no way of coming back. And it does look like Hydreigon is going to take the win and potentially make it to top 32. Alright, spectating another Mega Charizard Y versus Altaria. This Altaria is cracked, I'm not gonna lie. He has two Greninjas in the background with a Mega Altaria setup fully. Yeah, no, it's not looking good for your boy, unfortunately. If I had this type of RNG, it would be amazing, but it looks like we're gonna get access into the Charizard Y with the one Flame Patch, the one Energy, and the 250 right there. Is a Rare Candy actually the way for Mega Charizard Y? Another Worm Steel? Charizard Y popping off like this? It was kind of looking grim for him in the beginning. He actually popped off. Oh my god. That was insane. Yo, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. Damn. Now that's something I wasn't expecting. The candy tech? Yeah, I feel like candy's the way to go. Okay, we do have a Crobat, right? Crobat with Clef versus a Oricorio Magnezone deck. Now, this one does appear to be like the Arceus build because, you know, you're seeing the other variant of Crobat hit the field, so which is kind of good for him, right? He could actually take advantage of doing 30 damage by the ability and swinging with 30 damage. So, you know, don't count out Arceus yet. Arceus still could put potential numbers here. It has its crazy allies as well. So being able... No, he didn't use the ability? Or am I tripping? Fozo YouTube, if it's between Suicune or Reniculus, damn right, I'm rooting for Suicune. That's crazy. Nah, low key, I was going for the Reniculus player. Reniculus, I wanted to see something new when there's too many Suicunes. I'm Secluded Springs had me like this with Suicune, and like this over my screen. I'm ready for a brand new. It looks like we're gonna go in for the easy kill on the Clef. But you wanna know something that's insane right now? He does have access to something nice. So we're gonna go into Zubat. Ooh, that's an amazing card, I'm not gonna lie. Having access to Crobat here is like insane. And also, if you're playing Arceus, right, you really don't want to waste the Arceus here. Going to retreat, Crobat's gonna be able to swing here. Oh, that is insane. Gonna make that Oricorio a liability and gonna get rid of a Magneton here. So it really comes down to the Magnezone player. Does he have Magnezone in hand in order to deal with the Crobat that's on the field? That's gonna put Arceus in a bad situation, which he actually has it. He has Alicia in hand, by the way. Having the Alicia is going to be insane. Yo, bro, what happened to your stream? No shot, that just went dark. Bro, okay, we're back. So he ended up taking the L when it came down to that one Alicia. I feel like this is gonna be a quick round, by the way, because, like, you know, it's the last, and everybody, you know, it's either gonna try to tie to get back in to the top 32. So okay, let's refresh here. We got 49 matches out of 56. Let's see the standings for... So these two players ended up tying, so they can move into the next bracket. The Venusaur player, are they still playing? Yep, they ended up tying, so they can move in to the next. The Reniculus is going to make it to top 32 as well. That's fire. So they're not out of the tournament. So yeah, I feel like that's just what's happening right now. We're just waiting on the lower seeds right now playing their matches, it seems like. yeah, like down here, because like these people are definitely fighting for their life. We'll see if we have somebody streaming. Did you make it? What was your record? One second, chat. So wait, you should be able to make it. I want to give a announcement real quick, a quick announcement. I'm just making sure because it really becomes like based on the number of attendees, right? So, 1 second. Based on the numbers of attendance, we are moving in to a top 64 because when it's 200 people and up, I just want to make this clear for when people know. When it's around 200 people, you definitely move into top 32. I mean top 64, right? So when it's anywhere from like 41 people to 96 people, I mean 97 to 128 people, it becomes a top 32. When you get like 200 players, 200 players, goes in for a top 64. So that's basically how, like tournament orgs do it. We do it based on the number of attendance. So, people will have more chance to make it into, further the tournament in the top cut. So if you guys are playing in the tournament right now, you guys do have a good position. And this is basically what every organization does, right? Based on the attendance, you definitely make it, super fair for everybody as well. So okay, so yeah, do me a favor, Shifu, or this goes to anybody that makes it into the top 64. Make sure to stream your matches so we have the most games being streamed, so we could bring a bunch of gameplay to our viewers because this is actually insane and is popping off. So top 64, just making sure everybody is in accordance We have 56 matches out of 56 completed and getting ready to head into top 64. So want to make sure we're getting everything ready to start the next round right now. Just be on the lookout for that. It's about to start right now. Alright, it looks like it's up and we are ready to get started with top 64. Good luck to everybody participating in this top 64. Here are the standings. Even the Sigil made it. We have Buzzwole, we have the Ampharos. Let's look at Ampharos real quick. This deck did pretty good today. Not gonna lie, this deck did pretty well. Are we seeing the rise of Ampharos? Heck, we have 2 Venusaurs in here, right? 2 Venusaurs or 3? 3 Venusaurs, because one actually entered at 62 place. 62? Yeah, 62. We have 3 Venusaurs here. Okay. So let's go into the Discord and start spectating some matches here. Okay, this is gonna be a good match. We have a Farfru versus, it appears to be like a Dark Zone. No, Oricorio variant, maybe. Yeah, Oricorio Mag. Alright, so we are getting more players sharing their screens, so this is awesome. We're gonna have a bunch of crazy decks coming in. Yo, what's going on, Shay? We are in top 64, spectating the best of the best matches, best of 3 now. So here we could just swing and check a bunch of different games while we're here. Let me put some epic music for this. Yo, rating in with 10 people. Yo, RMG, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yo, I recognize the game. Congratulations with your top. Actually, last time you played in our stream. Welcome in if you guys are here from his channel. We are here streaming a tournament and we are in top 64. Let's go. We have a Furfrou Mega Altaria versus Magnezone Oricorio. But how are you guys doing today? Welcome in. If anybody here, go follow the homie RMG on Twitch. RMG Zane on Twitch. Follow. Anyways, right now it does look like we ended up giving the energy to Furfru and attacking for 40. The good thing about Furfru, he only is going to take 30 damage himself from this, and with the Clement here, the Clement's gonna help him out immensely because he's gonna have access to Magna Zones, and you know he has the second one in hand. This is basically the heart and soul of his deck right now. So right now he is waiting to see what he could do to pop off here, because you already see a Mega Altaria in the background. So drawing into the Repel. Repel's actually pretty strong, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to give the energy into Mega Altaria. He does have a lot of different options here, right? If he decided to Repel, he could energy stall or put some heavy damage on, you know, the Magneton if he decides to move into the Magneton. But, you know, there's still a lot of different situations here. You can bring out the Magnemite, but Magnemite will take 30 damage, and you kind of don't want that. Yo, what's going on? I always forget. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? It's been a while, bro. Hope all has been well too. But right now, Furfru, it looks like he's gonna go in for the retreat, and Chingling is going to hit him for 10 damage. Now, why this is crucial, he can't get red carded, he can't have access to Pokeball or any of his item cards. Now, the situation here too is Furfru wasn't gonna be able to get the 100% kill on the Oricorio until now, right? Getting the kill with that right now is amazing, but let's see. Alright, so going for the Giant Cape on Oricorio. 50 HP and going to swing. So this is major because he's not going to be able to swing and, you know, get the free kill of the Oricorio like he planned. Now he probably is forced to just go into Chingling and start picking at it. But the problem here is he could be in a position where he's like, you know, wasting a lot of his Pokemon. And, you know, if you waste the Chingling and then you try to use Furfru later in the game, that could be a liability long term. So we're gonna opt in on going with the Furfru, and Furfru is gonna go for attack. Now the thing here is he's not gonna be able to get a kill, right? But he's gonna be able to swap into Magnezone and attack the attack with the Furfru, because, like, you know, once you get rid of this Furfru, there's really no answers that you could really do to get rid of the Oricorios they have, because all they have is like one Chingling left, one Furfru that's kind of buried in that deck, and then Mega Altaria that can't touch the Oris. But we're gonna swap into the Oricorio in the back actually, and then we're gonna swing for 30 and charge up with Magneton. Which is pretty nasty, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good play. But we're gonna go in for the Cyrus and definitely take the free point here, because taking the free point is the most optimal thing to do. And yeah. See, having the Cyrus is so clutch in this situation, I'm not gonna lie. Now we're looking at a 1-1 situation when it comes to points. Oricorio hitting the field. Miru has, you know, a few options here. It does look like, you know, even just hitting with the Oricorio could be, you know, still pretty good, because you definitely want to get that free point here. But the problem is, everything can get knocked out, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. Alright. Heading into Pokeball. Pokeball is gonna grab him what though? Nothing. He's just trying to out his hand. So red card doesn't matter. But we're gonna hit him with the Repel. Repel is gonna force a Magneton to hit the field. Going to retreat into Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria going to swing 430 damage here. Still in a tough spot because you're not going to be able to get that free kill on the Magneton, so we got Oricorio popping off. See, the problem here, he needs to find a way in order to get into that Magnezone, because like right now, not even Rocky Helmet is looking good because he's taking 50 damage for each hit, and at the same time, that's not going to be quick enough in order for him to, you know, win. So like he needs to take like 2 hits here, but then again, if he retreats, he's in a tough position because you know, Magnezone is just going to come in with 90 damage, and that's just not enough time. So Blue's going to come in to put him to sleep. Now, he's going to keep the Rocky Helmet, going to Mars him to 1 card. Are we going to see the RNG Miracle? Because let's be real, Swablu has been popping off when it came with Miracles. Going in for the sleep stall. He ended up waking up, and that's going to be game number 1 for Miru. Furfru losing the first game. Alright, we have another matchup, and this is actually pretty good because this is the Greninja Zeraora Oricorio, right? This is pure anti-meta versus Swinninja. And now we have a full field here, right? Because the opponent could be put in a situation where they can't attack or anything. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 second. Alright, so we're here. It looks like this Ninja player actually like bricked super hard. Like, he has no options. What is he gonna do? Just sit there behind Indeed? Like the simple fact that he's able to heal himself and have access to, you know, the giant cape is the only thing that's keeping him alive. But, you know, we are dealing 70 damage here with the Zera Aura. That is a crazy game, number one. I'm not going to lie. Definitely not going to lie. Game number one is looking insane for Momo. If this person hasn't found, you know, a Suicune, okay, I was gonna say that would have been insane work, but now he's gonna take advantage of building up the board here. But the only problem I foresee here is you don't have access to, you know, start capitalizing with anything else because you have a full Oricorio in the background. See, in the Oricorio being in the background, they really can't do anything here. So all you have to do is kind of slow play this, and you kind of win the match. You're gonna do a free 7 damage, but knowing that Froaky's gonna be the problem, we Cyrus it out and get rid of it as soon as possible. Yo, Elizabeth, welcome into the stream. Oh, it looks like Mo ended up taking the win. Let's go into one more match. I tried to win the tournament against Luchin, but lost. Your investment for tournament is truly appreciated. Yo, thank you so much for playing in tournaments as well. Hey, keep playing. You might win one of these tournaments one day. You'll probably win one of these tournaments because we always have, you know, nice prize cards, you know, out here. But welcome in. Been doing well. I have had some killer luck with this newest set. That's fire. That's fire. You know, I like people getting luck in the new sets because it keeps you in here as a player as well, like as a Pokemon Pocket player, and always having, you know, a big community and more people playing the game is always sick. But now we have like a Ori filled build, I mean board state with Magnezone. It's kind of crazy. Magneton, I always get them confused. It looks like Pokebomb from Twitch is actually in here against Exorcist, and then Exorcist is going to have, you know, the tools necessary to evolve into the Magnezone and going to swing in with Magnezone, removing, you know, Guzma, removing the Giant Cape. Now, going to put the Indeedee in a situation where they have to coin flip in order to swing. So this is going to be kind of crazy here, right? You either switch in, evolve Mega Altaria and swing, or you kind of put the energy on Indeedee and pray you hit heads. So let's see where Pokeboom is going to go with this. It really depends if he has Mega Altaria or not. Oh, that's fire. I didn't know he did that. If someone beats him, gets 3 times in a row, gets a card. That's probably interesting. I might try that. I might try that. I might steal that idea. But anyways, so Blue's gonna put the Magnezone to sleep. Tails? Heads or tails? Tails waking up. So that's not going to be enough for Pokeboom, unfortunately. And it does look like we're going to get the free kill on the Indeedee. And that is huge because you do not want that extra 20 HP healing that Mega Altaria whenever it decides to come out. And not only that, it's going to be enough to win the game. I'm trying to get as many other players in here that we probably have never seen. Let me see if Felipe is playing. Actually, we could get the Reniculus player. Oh, nah, he's already done with his match. Holy, how many people are done with their best of 3? Alright, hold on. We got another one. We got another one coming up. We got Decidueye versus Buzzwole. That is a crazy matchup, right? Decidueye versus Buzzwole. I have never seen this matchup in my life. I would never think that these would interact with each other. If you want to laugh, take a look at the screenshot I put tournament chat. I got you, bro. It looks like Decidueye ended up winning against the Buzzwole deck. Only 2 Zards in the same neck of the bracket. Damn. Only the best Charizard will move forward. Only the best Zard would move forward. Okay, we got a situation here. Actually, we got Felipe, the other Charizard, as you speak about him. We're going to pop off with Mega Absol here. We'll go into attack so we could take a quick peek at what's going on with his hand. Ooh, getting rid of the leaf is important in this situation. Now, here's the problem, right? If this Entei goes down, you know, he has the opportunity to win this game because he has 1 point. His opponent, Felipe, has 2 points, right? If he could somehow get, you know, energy on the Hydreigon and win, it could be over as well for him as well. So, getting the Flame Patch, so this Entei is going to be able to attack. And Cyrus coming out, so the Hydreigon is going to be, you know, super weak right now. Because all he needs to do is win with the Hydreigon to win the game. There is a Coffin in this hand, which I find is crazy. But right now, he has to find a way in order to get the Entei out. Because the Entei is the biggest problem right now. He's going to use the ability. Now, he's going to have to retreat here. If he wants to win this game, he's going to be in a situation where he has to retreat. And having these Enteis, you know, like, both, like, super weak right now, is not going to be super advantageous for him. Coffin hitting the field. Going to opt in for Sabrina. Now Sabrina is going to get who out onto the field, right? Going to get Charmeleon. So, you know, I feel like he should have put the 80 damage on the Entei, and then he should have used Sabrina. That's what I think the correct play would have been, in my opinion. Because now he has access to get, like, a Sabrina or second Cyrus. Like I said, I don't think this build plays double Cyrus because I don't think you can. But this Entei is potentially do 120 damage next turn, which this is why I said hold on. But the Geo actually coming through. 140 is on the table. Does he see it? Does he see it? He has 140 on the board right now because Hydreigon. Come on, man. You have it. Are you going to do it? You have Geo. You just drew Geo, bro. No way. No way he doesn't see this. He just retreats. Activates the ability. He's at 10 HP. He swings for 130, bro. I mean, 140. You give the energy to Dragon, activate the ability. Oh my god. Is he not seeing it? No way. $20, bro. No! No, you just threw the game! You take 30 damage, that puts you at 10 HP. And then you swing. No way. No way. How did that... What did I just see? I'm not gonna question anything. Next game. Next game. That was... Oh my god. I hope that was game one. I hope that was game one. Oh shit. I'm gonna mute you. Deafen you. Alright. So we have Furfrou versus Altaria. I mean Magnezone Oricorio. This is gonna be a good match. Nah, he's a nice dude. MVP. W nice. Alright. We got the Oricorio in hand, which is going to be good in this matchup. But at the same time, you know, this Furfrou going with the optimized Rocky helmet, it's going to be one of the most annoying things in the world right now to deal with. So just that's one thing to be, you know, in the lookout for. Going to retreat, but what are we going to retreat into? Well, I mean, I feel like you have to, right? Because you're in a situation where you kind of, if you invested the giant cape in the Magnemite in the lead, so that's something you definitely have to pay attention to too. That was a crazy moment, I'm not gonna lie. That was a crazy moment. I was just looking back on stream. Alright, going in for extra 30 damage. Going to evolve with Magneton. Charge up. And here it looks like energy investment. Don't know if it's the right thing to do here, because if you do end up swinging with the Ori in the front, right, what ends up happening is you're just gonna get knocked out. So, you know, you're gonna sacrifice the Oricorio in order to, you know, pop off here later on. Swinging in for 30 damage here. I mean, he could definitely start, you know, retreating as well. So the Oricorio doesn't necessarily need to be sacrificed here, because I mean, the opponent only has one way of attacking this, right? Oh, wait a minute. That's actually pretty good. Both item cards out in the field. He knows his opponent plays Guzma, because this is open deckless. So it doesn't look like he respected the Guzmas. Just want to give you guys a quick update. We have 27 matches out of 32 completed. Damn, Nuno, you got. Damn, that sucks. That is ass. Alright, so we ended up getting Swablu here with double energy. Mega Altaria out of it, as a matter of fact, here. But the problem is, this Magnezone has 170 HP, and Miru does have a point as well, so he could definitely just stay in here and keep swinging on the Mega Altaria as much as he can, which is pretty good for him, right? Because it'll put him in a situation he has to retreat and everything. But drawing that red card is kind of huge because he might have had the second Altaria, you know, getting ready to swap and attack for 130 with the other one. But that being said, Magnezone here is with 40 HP. There's many situations that could play out right now. He could either go into Oricorio, swing and be a little safe and then make him draw into the, you know, Furfrou, or he could just go in super aggro and threaten, you know, with a second Magnezone. So we're gonna go in with energy placement on Magnezone, which probably hints on retreating, but no, not going to retreat, just going in for the 90 damage. Was his opponent able to draw the second Mega Altaria in order to pop off it? That is going to be make it or break it. He gets the second Mega Altaria here, which he can retreat and swing with the other one, so he doesn't threaten like a game loss, you know, with this Mega Altaria. Because again, Mega Pokemon are definitely a big liability when it comes to this game. So it looks like we're going to opt in with bringing out the Oricorio. If one thing is apparent about this, you know, Mega Pokemon are like, 150 HP with the Magnezone is kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. But not being able to finish off that, you know, Mega Altaria is going to be like the biggest hindrance for Miro right now. Right now it's going to come down to who's going to be able to, you know, Cyrus or Sabrina out like their opponent's Pokemon, right? Repel is going to come in and it's going to finish everything off. And it looks like Cav will be moving forward. Maya, hyped for the results of this tournament. So many cool decks. Yeah, nah, that's what I really do enjoy about the tournaments that we host. We definitely have a bunch of interesting decks that pop off here and there. But wait, we have Reniculus that's actually in top 64. It looks like they ended up winning their match if they're still here. Let's actually switch in into the to the desktop stream, because in this situation, if we refresh into our pairings, we got 30 matches out of 32 completed. Now, that being said, let me see if this guy actually did make it, because that would be kind of interesting. Yeah, he actually ended up winning. Reniculus ended up winning. Yo, I definitely want to see this deck in top 8 or something. This deck, don't sleep on Reniculus. Reniculus is strong. Like, this deck could come out of nowhere, bro, and take games. So, right now, top seed right now is Suicune Greninja. This deck overall has been the strongest for the longest time. Second, we have a Hydreigon Mega Absol, which, you know, is also one of the decks in the last format as well. Worm coming in the top third. So basically, I've known a lot of people saying that, you know, Torkoal and Magby were never like this good, right? But like overall, I think they go like hand in hand, right? Because I feel like in this situation, you know, you could just take care. You know, 70 damage is insane and could win you games out of nowhere, right? Leaf being a card that you could utilize in this deck is amazing as well, because like, you know, you could swap out the Torkoal real quick for the Mega Charizard or anything that you need, or the Magby. Charging up energy with Magby is pretty good. Don't sleep on Rare Candy. Rare Candy with Flame Patch, you know, could just make a Mega Charizard Y come out of nowhere with 4 energy and just win you the game. We've seen that so many times. We've seen that so many times. And this anti-meta deck that Momo is playing, it's kind of crazy because just like it's pure meta hate. This deck was born to hate on the meta, which I respect. I respect this deck. It's like I would never pilot this deck because reasons, and but it's still a strong contender. I won't lie. And we got Indeedee here. The problem with Indeedee is we are seeing a strong like Suicune, you know, presence, which is really, really strong. Yo, thank you for the follow or the subscription, whoever did that. But yeah, it's pretty strong. No, it's all good. What do you call it? Little things. Oh, wait. We got a deal? Hold up. We got a deal in chat. I can never do well with that Greninja Ori deck because it breaks. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I would never play that deck because I feel like I would brick with it, and I just don't feel like chipping 50 damage, 70 damage a turn. I just feel like that's the most boring thing in the world. That's my opinion. That's exactly why I wouldn't play it. So, wait a minute. There's a bet. There's a bet in my chat. GDM, which is Nuno. Nuno says, deadass, he will give a Cyrus to just little things, which is playing the Reniculus. Because this is an interesting deck. It is a interesting deck. I don't know why I was having a stroke saying that. But anyways, if he ends up coming in second, third, or fourth with this deck in our tournament, he's gonna get a Cyrus as well. I'm telling you, this is an amazing feat right here. And first place is already getting 1 Cyrus. So, yeah, this is gonna be a stacked tournament. It's gonna be a stacked tournament. Time to watch the rest of the tournament. No, Logan. Yo, but thank you for coming through and watching the tournament, because we still got many games going on. And actually, let's make sure everything's all set here. We are waiting on 1 match, and we're gonna commentate the rest. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, feel like I'm losing my voice, but we are here. We are here. We're still commentating. We're alive. Holy. I just lost to that Ori deck because... Oh, yeah, I saw that because you only had Indeedee. You had an Indeedee with like 5 water energy. That was kind of insane. Juan, what's up? Hey, I'm in your tournament, and it's my first tournament. Yo, congratulations, Juan. I hope you're having a successful tournament run. I think you're Juanma21, if I'm not mistaken. That's the only thing that makes sense to me right now. But, yo, shoutouts to you. Thank you for coming through and playing in the tournament as well. If you guys are on the Twitch side of things and want to participate in future tournaments, feel free to join my Discord as well. But this tournament is just kicking off because we are heading into top 32, and we have a bunch of interesting decks in our in our top 32 right now. So we're just waiting on 1 match, and then we're gonna go into the top standings, just so you know what's in here. But there's a lot of different decks. To say a familiar name here, Chocolate, which is also playing Giratina with Altaria. This deck has been cooking. We've been seeing Magnezone Giratina also, so that's another deck that has been popping off and coming in with a record with 5-3. It's not that bad. Not that bad. You know, sneaking in there. Let me see. What else do we have? Trying to see if I remember different names here. Trainer's Place with Ninja. We got another. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Also, we have another Venusaur deck here that actually made it into top 32. Just overall, performing very dominantly in the format, which is really great. But yeah, no, this deck right here, I think 1 Bulbasaur, 0 Pokeballs, because I feel like this deck needs all the resources it needs in order to play its game a little bit more successfully. So I would recommend this deck right to anybody that is playing this. Marcus, welcome into the stream. How you doing? And then afterwards, let's see. I feel like we're almost all done. Who are we waiting on? We are waiting on a Swinninja, right? Swinninja is playing against this deck right here. Magnezone, Oricorio. Now, in this matchup, I definitely want to see who's up one. I think we could double check through the judge table. I'll tell you guys a live report if it's not completed. It looks like we are in game number 3. So game number 3, we're in a situation where Fat French Fries has been having a successful run here. Fat French Fries is popping off as well. He definitely had a insane run, going 7-1, only losing to another Swinninja player in round number 3. So losing early in the tournament and then just popping off all the way to, you know, top 32 is pretty strong. So keep an eye out on that player, because that player is doing pretty well as well. Let me see if we could refresh this, because we are currently waiting on our next matches. We are waiting on one match. Let me see if they are streaming. If they are streaming, I'll definitely pull this up for you. Nope, not you. Yeah, right now I'm spectating on my Discord just to make sure they're streaming or not. Because if they are, we could get at least a final pairing for that match, which would be amazing. Doesn't look like they're streaming it right now. So let's hopefully... Actually, no, it's over. It's over. We're heading into the next round of best of 3 single elimination, top 32. Okay, perfect. Top 32 is here, and let's go. Hopefully we could spectate something cool. I kind of want to spectate the Reniculus player again, so I'm probably going to go into his table so we could see. If you guys want to see top 32, just to point out the extra interesting decks, we do have the Charizard. Alright, I'm sorry. We have the Charizard, the Venusaur, the Reniculus. We have Mega Ampharos. We have Mega Ampharos in our 11th seed right now. We have Jolteon. We have a Buzzwole deck in 15th. Another Venusaur in 18th. Whimsicott. Another Charizard deck. Mega Pony in 27th. And then we have the Giratina Altaria. Again, those were the ones I was trying to, highlight, because those are definitely the most interesting decks that are in this top 32. All right, now we're gonna go spectate. Let me go spectate Ridiculous. Hopefully, hopefully he has the game popping off. Yes, good luck to everybody in this tournament. Right now, they're trying to look for each other. As soon as we get the match popping off, we're gonna get spectated. So yeah, I'm just waiting until they get this match. I feel like this would be a good match to have recorded. It is best 2 out of 3, best of 3. So they're using code. Oh, well, I almost leaked. I almost leaked. Never mind. All right, here we go. We got game number 3. I mean, top 32 game number 1 with the Ridiculous. You were not expecting Venusaur to pop up? Yo, Venusaur's actually been doing good in these last couple of tournaments. Alright, let's do it. Looks like we're gonna get the routes lead, and the opponent's gonna have a Chingling lead. Who's going first? Luckily, he's going first because he's not going to be locked out of his item cards. Now, this is gonna be huge for him to find Solus. Is he gonna find the Solus he needs? No, he ends up getting routes here. But he's still in a good position here, right? Because what you can do here, which I predict he's going to do, he's going to go into Copycat and take full advantage of his opponent's hand while taking advantage of the board. So his second time trying to find the Ridiculous or the Solus, which he ends up getting, and this is going to be huge. Now our opponent with the Mega Altaria, right? This is his Mega Altaria deck, leading out with Chingling. Chingling is going to be able to, lock him out of the game from item cards. And this is pretty good for him, right? Because, like, in this deck, you already know, you kind of rely on Rare Candy and other item cards because you're playing Route, you're playing Solosis, which really do require you to play into that. But this is looking kind of crazy because he has the Rocky Helmet, but he has no Swablu, and this is kind of insane. Now gonna take advantage of going to evolve, being able to evolve slowly into the Ridiculous, which is actually pretty good. And one thing you gotta realize too, this is a Psychic deck, and Indeedee could definitely also become a threat later on in the game because you could attack with Psychic Energy, which is amazing. Oh, no, not this deck. That's funny. Thanks for all the tournaments. Taking time off after 4 tournaments in like 1 week. What does Ridiculous basically, for each Psychic Energy you attach to it, it gains 30 HP. So like 3 energy, it does 90 damage. So the cap is like 999 when it comes to energy. So as much energy you could abuse with this, it's like the sky's the limit. The sky is the limit when it comes to this. So right now we got double energy on the second evolution of the, I don't even know, Solus, the Ridiculous. That's what I'm gonna say. But This is going to be huge because copycatting into 4 cards is going to be pretty big for Altaria. Probably a guaranteed Swablu here. Yes, a lot of energy stacking. Energy stacking is the name of the game. And, you know, in a situation like this, it can be very, very brutal. And now having that 1 energy on Swablu could give you like a threat. The threat is basically having the Swablu ready to go and, you know, start swinging and everything. So Reniculus is going to start hitting the field here. And we're going to put the energy on Reniculus, going up to 180 HP. Guys, 180 HP. How's Mega Altaria going to handle that? with Indeedee healing it. Mind you, if he gets a Gardevoir, if you get a Gardevoir out here, right, you're going to be able to heal 60 damage a turn, right? 60 damage a turn, plus an additional 20 from Indeedee, from any attacks. So you get like 2 energies, 1 for attachment and 1 from Gardevoir, plus you get 20 from the Indeedee. No, don't tell me it froze. So it looks like the Route is going to get that energy this turn. But there's definitely a situation where Mega Altaria could come out of nowhere and, you know, also start swinging. Reniculus is going to go in for the 90 damage here. Was this the right play? Or should we have, you know, kept stacking the Reniculus? Right now, you know, he's going to be able to attack for 130 damage here, which is also kind of insane. Not to mention, oh, it looks like Chingling is going to come out on the board instead of the Swablu. Well, this is always the, you know, smart play here, right? You always want the Chingling in the background, you know, just in case, because it's a free retreat cost, right? You have many options in order to pop off here. Going to get hit with a red card, which is actually insane. We're getting a second Swablu in the back. It is getting a little laggy, I'm sorry chat, but it looks like Mega Altaria is going to come out here and start swinging for heavy damage. So in the last hand, he did have access to evolve both his routes. Now, the problem here, is he going to be able to get the second Gardevoir and a second Rare Candy? This is going to be a make it or break it situation for him. But having access to Kirlia is going to be kind of insane because he has access to Gardevoir here as well. Now, his opponent's going to be in a crazy situation here where, like, he's going to take, like, 90 damage from here, right? But at the same time, Indeedee could still do a crazy amount of damage itself. Reniculus is going to be able to heal for 90, which 90 is not going to be enough to survive an attack. But at the same time, having a Gardevoir makes Indeedee insane right now. An insane threat. Going into 110, 7 seconds on the clock. I think you're going to have to go in for that swing. 90 damage is going to be insane, I'm not going to lie. But frozen screen, but that's okay. That's if he wants to threaten it, but then again, I feel like I went super deep into his deck, and there it is. Second Mega Altaria, which the game is kind of having a stroke. Don't blame me, but it is okay. Now, he has to find his other resources in order to come back in this game right now. He could be one rare candy away from winning. One rare candy away could definitely win this game. Going to opt in to give the extra energy to the Curlia and potentially just go in for a quick swing. You know, at this point, I would take any swing out of... I'll take any swing at this point. So we ended up getting the free kill on the Curlia. This is the make it or break it type of situation, right? Are you gonna be able to draw the rare candy that you need? No way, the rare candy actually came through. The rare candy actually came through. Now is it gonna be, you know, matter enough here because he has the helmet, right? The helmet's gonna prevent him from taking a lot of damage. Again, he is healing for like 80 HP every single turn. It's going to go into 180 HP. Stop having a stroke. That is insane. Now he's in a situation. Does he go into Furfru? Does he go into the second Altaria in the back? Like, this Mega Altaria cannot stay in there and swing with good conscience. Because he will definitely lose the game here. $110 damage. I think he's gonna have enough HP in order to, you know, stay in this game because I'm telling you that that football helmet is insane. He's gonna heal with the Indeedee, and then he's gonna get an additional 30 with the psychic energy that he could put for turn, making him go up to 150 HP. Now, both Mega Altarias are in a situation where they can't be played. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. No way! Reniculus comes back and wins the game. Because healing 80 damage consistently is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Let me just switch into the desktop because I kind of want to keep recording this match because this matchup is kind of insane. Yo, I came from YouTube. Also, my screen name in the tournament, Fire. I got you, Logan. You got the same screen. Again, we're going to spectate game number 2 of Reniculus. Like I said, this deck right here is insane. Like, we're in top 32. This has potential to come into top 16. Which is the craziest placement I would see with this deck. Oh, you prefer because you have Turbo? That's fire. Yeah, we're on both platforms. If you want to watch on Twitch or on YouTube, by all means. If you want to give me free primes, free Elon Musk money, that's also an option. Alright, we're heading into game number 2. While they get things settled, let's actually spectate another match. We could also spectate this. Like I said, I wanna focus on the Reniculus match, so we're gonna go into the Reniculus match afterwards. Nah, you got hand ripped. The Mega Ampharos. That sucks, bro. Was playing Mega Ampharos. All the cool decks are winning. Yeah, nah. I'm kind of glad all the cool decks are winning because there's so much opportunity to see like, brand new things to introduce to the metagame, right? We don't want to be in a metagame where we're very stagnant. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big W indeed. So it looks like Zeromax is here leading off with the Dano and copycatting like a million cards here. If he gets access to the Hydreigon, Flamingo might just be in trouble here. But he won't be able to evolve. Yeah, this is going to be his first turn regardless. Again, I'm going to go back to the Reniculus right now because, again, this is a nice match to spectate. Okay, we're here. We're at the start. Routes ends up being his lead. We have double Frofu, and it looks like he ended up using Copycat in order to, improve his hand. But I do not see access to the Swablu. Having the Pokeball is going to help him so he could go into Swablu. Oh, actually, we have, okay, that's fine. Not seeing Swablu is going to be, like, very, very important. Very impactful in this matchup. But it does look like we have access to, routes and one Solus here. I'm telling you, this type of a deck is more of a grind game, right? So like it doesn't matter what you do here, as long as you can stall out your opponent, you're pretty much in a good set, in a good position, which is kind of crazy. But Chingling, realizing that Chingling is actually his best friend in this situation, which I don't blame him because Rare Candy is like the biggest boost to this deck that it has. But having the second evolution and just to bridge your way into Reniculus is gonna be super strong, and just having the Reniculus out is going to be super game changing here. If he doesn't see the Swablu, he definitely needs to get into that Swablu and start building it in order if he wants to win this match right now. You love Chingling? Yo, Chingling is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, Chingling is diabolical, but it gets the job done. It gets the job done. And yo, all of those cards in his hand, he has no access to Swablu yet, which is kind of tragic in his situation right now. But there's so many plays here. We're getting access to the Reniculus here. Reniculus is gonna be popping off and could start attacking as soon as next turn. It has 180 HP. Alright, this should be a guaranteed, right? A guaranteed Swablu here. So now, it's not the worst thing in the world right now. So Chingling is just gonna keep chipping away. Now, here, it really comes down to, do you want to be, like, super greedy here? Or do you just want to just, like, chill, right? And we're going with the option of just chilling, because we have 210 HP. This is going to be insane. 210 HP and dealing 90 damage. Dai has to make a situation, like a call, like, oh, wait a minute, we're getting repelled. Repelled into the Curlia here. Going into the Swablu, Mega Altaria. Making sure the Gardevoir doesn't come out. We got a game in our hands right now, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game. Curlia is gonna get hit for 130 damage. Easily. Oh, we got hit with red card here, which is actually really, really crucial because he had access to a Gardevoir and rare candy, but now there is no such thing. No such thing. But it ended up giving him better tools here because, like, you guys saw, right? He got the football helmet. He ended up getting Indeedee and Copycat that could get him those cards. So now he's gonna drop the Rocky helmet. I mean, the Heavy helmet, which is gonna be insane. Going into the Indeedee EX. And then the crazy part in this situation is he's going to use Copycat, and he has a big shot to go into Rare Candy Gardevoir. Is he going to get the Rare Candy here? No Rare Candy, but still, he still has a situation where, you know, Reniculus is sitting at like 240 HP with the helmet. So he's going to take 20 less. So he's going to take only 110 damage. That's not a situation you want to be in if you are Mega Altaria. Now, you could definitely see here that Dai has every card in his deck, like, accessible, minus the one in his deck. But, like, he literally has multiple resources here. He's going to retreat and Cyrus in the route, which is actually the right play to do here. So now his opponent is not going to be able to abuse Gardevoir, which is pretty smart. It is very smart to get rid of the routes here. Red card coming in again. Alright, so what could happen here? There's multiple situations. Again, this Reniculus is just gonna go up 30 HP again. Like, this thing is insane. It's pretty much a tank right now. He's in a situation where he's gonna have to start swinging. 270 HP is nothing to laugh at. Bro, have you seen a 250 HP Reniculus? This is insane. This is top 32, chat. If he wins this game, he's going to top 16 with Reniculus. Mega Altaria hitting the board, which is it's insane. Rocky helmet gonna help him right here. I'm not going to lie, but when you're staring down 150, damn, this is looking tough. This is looking tough for the Reniculus player, right? Because the situation here is he has access to the other Altaria. Going into 160 HP. And 190. You're gonna have to swing here, right? And you're gonna put that Mega Altaria in a situation where it should fear Cyrus, but the problem is Cyrus is not being played in this deck list. I feel like it might have been a missed opportunity, but then again, the Reniculus deck is insane when it comes with the, you know, spacing in the deck, because you're playing the middle evolution of Reniculus and you're playing the Curlia as well. So I could only imagine how many cards you could fit in this deck. But not having able to switch, not having any access to, you know, any like Cyrus is very detrimental. And that's going to be the game, I think so. We're gonna head to game number 3. It is a game 3 situation though.
Seamlessly into your lifestyle and starts at less than $2 a
Whoa,
day.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
This
whoa.
is
I don't know what we were listening to. We're listening to ads out here. Never mind. Never mind that part. I mean, cast. Anyways, we have Magnemite here and Magneton. Double Oricorio. Oh, this is looking like a gross match. I'm not going to lie. This match looks a little gross. Double Oricorio. And then Magnezones everywhere, bro. Alright, so he's going to be able to charge up that Magnezone and then get that, you know, ready to ramp up. Honestly, this is going to be one-shots on the Oricorio, and it's going to come down to who summons the first, what do you call it, Magnezone that gets hit by the other. Actually, like I said, I do have a high interest in seeing the Reniculus decks, so let me stream that again. I think they're still looking for each other. Once they find each other, okay, they found each other. Let's go. Game number 3. Game number 3. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. At least you learn from your mistakes, right? Game number 3. We are heading Reniculus versus Furfrou Altaria. Okay, here we go. Ooh, looks like we're starting off with the Soulless lead. Now, the advantage here, he does have access to Chingling, and Chingling is going to be able to, you know, shut him out of the game pretty quickly, but does look like he's going to fill the field up with double Swablu. Little bit of a stroke, but we know what's happening, right? Did he attack? Yeah, he did attack. So now Solus is not going to be able to use its ability. We're going to go in for a copycat for 3. Hopefully we can find more cards. Probably looking for another Solus. Which is there, you know? Solus is here. And now all you really have to do here is pretty much just chill. The thing is, the Solus in the front row is not really going to get knocked out by anything unless it's the Furfrou or the Mega Altaria. But in this situation, you don't want to risk your opponent having the Reniculus. So Chingling, you're going to see the maximum value from Chingling here. But we're going to go straight into Mega Altaria, no games here. We're going to go into double Mega Altaria here and just like waste no time whatsoever. Swing in for 10 to make sure he can't really play the game whatsoever. Gonna go in for a quick copycat here, hoping to get the second evolution of the Reniculus. Does he get it? A little bit of stall. This is pressure, but we get the routes, we get the healing here, and the energy is gonna go into Solus. It looks like it. Debating if you want to put it in the front, because if you think about it, putting it in the front is gonna allow you to start putting pressure on the Chingling. But it does look like Chingling is probably gonna, you know, retreat anytime soon. So Repel coming out, which is going to be devastating because it's going to be able to take any Pokemon from the field in one hit. And that's exactly what he's going to do. We are in a top deck situation. Can he draw into rare candy? Because if you get the rare candy, you could start playing this game, but I don't know. You really do need the Carnivore setup in order to really pop off with the infinite HP here. Die getting the first point of the game. No shot. The rare candy actually comes into play here. Rare candy is going to be enough to get the Reniculus out and ready to start charging its HP here. But the problem is he does have access to the second Altaria in the back. And not only that, he does have a Rocky Helmet in the front row. So looks like we're going for the swing and get rid of the Solus. Solosis? Is that what you call it? Solosis? I hope I'm saying that right. But anyways. Reniculus definitely needs to make an appearance here. Because that's your attacker, right? You want to deal 90 damage. This is the best way to do it. This is looking a little bit tough, I'm not going to lie. But could they come back? Slow sis. Alright, cool. There you go. Sound out the syllables. Slow sis. But anyways, it does look like we're sitting at 210 HP here, doing the 90 damage. But the problem is, again, he could just retreat and then start swinging with the Altaria in the back. And yeah, I don't know. It was looking pretty strong in game 2. But somehow it was fumbled. But what's going on, Tilly? Welcome into the stream. Mega Altaria hitting the field from the back with a Rocky Helmet, which is almost like a coffin. Like the nail in the coffin, bro. Like, I don't know what else you could do in order to pop off here, right? You're gonna heal, what, 50 HP, but that's gonna be not enough. Unfortunately, GG's. This was a nice run. Reniculus, top 32. You gotta clap it up for him. GG's, bro. GG's. Let me see if there's anybody else to spectate. We did have a Magnezone mirror match, which there is a bunch of Froakies, but never mind. That looks like it's over. Actually, looks like a majority of the people are actually done streaming. So let's go back into the desktop. I'm sorry, this might be a flashbang for all of you. That shit blinded me. I'm not going to lie. But anyways, let's check at the pairings. We are actually in the next round because that was the last game actually that we were waiting on. So we are actually in top 16, and let's take a quick peek at what made top 16. Exorcist was one of our tournament winners in the past, and he's playing Magnezone Oricorio. He is 8-1 right now, so don't sleep on him. We got 2 Magnezones, 1 Altaria. We got a 4th place Decidueye deck. That's actually insane. 2 Swinninjas here in the bracket. Actually, 4 Swinninjas in the bracket. Charizard Y, a Mega Venusaur, Gigagoat. Gigagoat is still popping off with that. Mega Altaria, Chingling. The Mega Lopunny is popping off, and we got, I don't know, we got a lot of interesting decks here. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I got everything right. Alright. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look for a match. You know what I'm gonna do actually? We're gonna spectate. I think this is a good channel to spectate. All right, we're gonna spectate. I hope this is the Venusaur player. He is Japanese, and it looks like this is a Japanese streamer that we're looking. Let me just mute so you don't have to hear me. So we're gonna spectate this, and hopefully we could get this match kicking off. It's okay. He's like, can't speak English. Alright, we're gonna spectate him. Hopefully we could match up and find something good. Again, they're trying to find each other, so once they find each other, we'll be in a better situation. Yo, Dim Kev, welcome in. How you doing? Good luck to everyone. This was not my day to win. I feel bad for not doing the ridiculous justice. Yo, if you stay with that deck, I'm pretty sure you'll pop off. Yo, Link, welcome into the stream. How you doing? I'm sorry for my Twitch people. I haven't been up there looking. I have like 2 chats separated. I have a vertical window, but I see y'all up there. I see y'all. Alright, so I think he's playing Furfru Altaria. They're about to... Actually, they found each other right now, so let's get this matchup ready to go. Yeah, you kind of really are the highest ridiculous, which is a big props to you, bro. Big props. Alright. So this is gonna be so Furfru Altaria versus Altaria Greninja. Let's see which variant is the more superior version and which one is the 4-for-8 deck. I had to. Dropping the Soul Blue and the Froakie here. Oh, and mind you, this is Dia again. It's Dai. So this is going to be an interesting setup, but was it wise to fill your board up with double Chingling? Yeah, I would say so, because the problem is, like, this Chingling is definitely going to get knocked out by the, what do you call it? By the Furfru. So you have to keep a lookout. Rooting for my fellow alt ninja. I got you. Maya's going for Furfru. Let's go. How about the YouTube side of things? Which variant do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer Furfru or Greninja Altaria? I'm gonna be real with you. I think the Greninja one looks pretty cool, but then again, you know, Furfru, I gotta give that deck respect, because, you know, a lot of people did not end up playing Furfru in the beginning of the match. Hold on, wait a minute. He's playing Greninja and Furfru himself. Wait a minute, I should have took a look at his deck. This is optimization to the max right now, because this Furfru is only going to be able to do 10 damage. So this is going to be good stalling from I forget I can't pronounce his name, bro. But anyways, you guys know what I mean. This is why they made it all the way to top 16, best of 3 here. He just took Greninja, he took Furfru. It's like, why not put them both together? I kind of like that. That was insane. This man's cooking. The Rocky Helmet still overall superior. In my opinion, it's like one of the best out there. Oh, that's actually pretty huge, right? You don't have to depend on rare candy anymore, because you do have access to, you know, Frogadier. right? You could just bridge that, the way all the way into Greninja without relying on rare candy, which most decks do. And he's going to go into rare candy potential. I mean, you know what I mean. Red card helping out the opponent here, but desperately needing that Mega Altaria. So we're gonna go into Copycat here. It was successful for him, but at what cost? What cost was this successful? Because he's gonna have access to attack first with Mega Altaria. Now this could be really, really good or really, really bad. He's gonna draw 3 cards. Let him cook. Yo, that Typhlosion little emote thing is making me die. That shit's funny. Anyways, getting access to the Greninja is kind of huge here, right? Being able to start pinging things on the field, which is huge. Oh, we're gonna go straight for the Mega Altaria here. Going to go into the sleep. Guys, Sing is the most broken attack ever, especially if it lands Tails now. If it lands Tails now, it is the most broken thing. Nope, not going to land the Tails. He's just gonna concede here and go into the next game. Wow. Alright, I want to spectate another match that's very interesting. It's definitely the anti-meta deck here, right? Anti-meta, it's just Greninja, Oricorio, and Zeraora. That's all it is. Playing against Swinninja here. Now, the things that's not looking good for Momo here is that Suicune back, right, has one what do you call it, energy, and it's going to be able to take care of the Oricorios when they come out on the field here, right? But going to get the free 2 points, it looks like. No, not free 2 points. We're gonna put the Greninja in a position where if it does come out, it's going to get revenge killed. So that's actually a pretty smart play here, right? Momo with 2 points here. See, yeah, Greninja could just come out of nowhere and start swinging, but he really does need a way to maybe Cyrus out the Oricorio, or, a way to get... Even if he Cyrus out the Oricorio, he could definitely still come back because Greninja pings are real. What is he gonna do? Whoever he hits, that's gonna be the most telling on what he has. Because like Rocky Helmet is also a real card here. He professors research already, so he cannot use Cyrus in this situation. Maybe he's waiting for the Cyrus draw here, right? Suicune's going to be able to get you that Cyrus. That Professor's Research is probably going to get you to that Cyrus. But at the same time, you're going to be taking 70 damage on Suicune no matter what. So, here we go. Might be able to start playing the other one. You never know. Momo is just 1 card away from winning this game. Looks like we're gonna swap in here. Swapping into the Ori. So Ori could do an extra additional 70 damage here. And knowing that the opponent can't really do anything to this Oricorio, right? He can only do what? 40 damage? Okay. Nah, this is Greninja EX, right? All he could do is like 40 damage here. Potentially. I mean, sorry, not 40 damage because I thought it was the other Greninja, even though I said Greninja EX. But that being said, right, all he could do is 20 damage, like ping 20 damage, right? And he's going to need a couple turns in order to do that. Maybe it was bait, maybe it wasn't, but at the same time, he has to lead out with the other, Greninja. Because in this situation, wait a minute, he's playing Elemental Switch. Holy cook. This guy is cooking. Never mind. He might end up winning this. He might be end up winning this. Holy. Never mind. We still got a game. He can only do 80 damage here, right? He can only do 80 damage. The first time I've ever seen Elemental Switch in a Swinninja deck. But we got Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet is still a threatening card. Very much a threatening card. And now it does look like he's going to be put in a position where, you know, he's definitely going to have to retreat here. But, you know, I feel like Greninja EX is going to be able to stall him out for a little bit. But at the same time, you know, that Greninja is going to be live and ready to attack whenever. Yo, I was not expecting Elemental Switch in a water deck. Oh, he's going to be able to heal here. That is major for Magi. Gonna stay in here and swing? No, because if he swings, he's gonna get 20 damage. And you don't want to take unnecessary 20 damage here. No way! That just won him the game. What a top deck. What a top deck. Cyrus is gonna get this guy, Momo, the win. Holy. Maybe you should have healed. Maybe you should have healed. Oh my god. That was insane. That was insane. We got another matchup here. We got Swinninja versus the Megalopony deck, which is insane. Bro, that was a crazy top deck. That was a crazy top deck. I'm not going to lie. Like, I was not expecting that to pop off. And we are in top 16, by the way. So let me fix that while we still spec that. Going in for the 110 damage. Swinninja ended up taking the win here. Let's go to Exorcist. Exorcist might be playing. Exorcist ended up winning. Let me check if Momo's actually still playing, because that might be like game number 1 or something like that. Yeah, that was game number 1 or game number 2. Whatever it is, we have another one. Oh, you believed in Megalopony? Alright, so wait a minute. We got double Zero Aura, which is actually good. This is going to be turn number 1, right? Pretty much, I think you have to play it, right? You want to take all of the advantage of the ability? No, it's not. Never mind. I thought it was turn 1. I think my headphones are dying, but it's okay. Swinninja feels like the new Dartina. Yeah, it really does feel like that, but at the same time, you know, it doesn't matter. The best deck always has to come back. There's always going to be a best deck here and there, you know? No matter what, it's part of a healthy metagame. You know, it's just the card game, you know, card game lifestyle. But it looks like Magi ended up taking the first point. And it does actually look like this Froakie is getting knocked out, which is kind of crazy, right? They don't have a Suicune on the board, and he also has another Zeraora ready to swing. So this deck is kind of like built to destroy Ninja here. Suicune hitting the field, that's very big. Does he have rare candy? No, no rare candy whatsoever here. Wait a minute, but you have access in order to elemental switch. Bro, elemental switch is kind of crazy, but I feel like he might have gone too greedy here. I think he's gotten a little too greedy here, but you have to, right? At this point, if you are him, you have to go a little greedy. But we're gonna go into copycat here to see more options, and it ended up paying off because you ended up getting back the Cyrus, getting back the Greninja. This is insane. This is insane. Now he gets a free 70 damage into the Suicune EX, putting Magic in a, Magic in a very troublesome situation here. This deck is super aggressive here. Rare candy's coming out, but what is going to... Okay, it's going to be the one that pings 20 around the field. But the problem here, there is a Zero Aura ready to do 20 damage in the back. 70 damage in the back. You can't risk having Suicune. Yeah, it's over. GG's, bro. Going for the swing, and it looks like Momo is moving on the next top 8. That was the best. He won both. Okay, here we got Swinninja versus Mega Altaria. So, like, again, this is why most people are opting in to play Mega Altaria, right? Swinninja, right? You definitely want to counter Mega Altaria, and it's just overall insane. It's making good meta calls and all of that situation, all that jazz. So, yeah, nah. This is exactly why this deck is seeing play. But at the same time, you can't really count out Mega Altaria, right? Because Mega Altaria could definitely just come back out of nowhere. It has 190 HP, and I guess another counter is, you know, you're more hesitant to put Pokemon on the board because you really don't want to power up Suicune in the early game, so it could start doing like heavy damage here. But it looks like he's ready to sacrifice the Suicune that's in the front with Indeedee EX, but it doesn't matter here because like his field is already established. He has a Suicune EX in the back with 1 energy, a Froakie that could potentially evolve into Greninja whenever, and then another Indeedee to start healing every single turn. So he's kind of stacked with one of the best fields right now. But can he come back and, you know, just win this game one way or another? You are a card away. Yeah, that's how it usually happens. No! What ended up happening, bro? Okay. Wait a minute. This is still a competitive game here because now we got rid of Rare Candy and Greninja. So he doesn't have access to Greninja. It looks like Indeedee ended up attacking, and now he needs to find another Pokemon, which he does have Pokeball, but ended up drawing the Rare Candy anyways, which is going to be able to evolve into Greninja. Greninja's going to be able to ping Altaria in the back, which is kind of huge. I'm not going to lie, that's kind of huge. And not only that, we're just gonna Cyrus that thing out because you do want to have the most optimal damage onto the Mega Altaria while you still can. 80 damage, now it has 90. So right now if he decides to stay in with Mega Altaria, all he can do is, all he could do is swing and then pray. Because like if he plays any more Pokemon, that's an automatic KO right here. Although he could also retreat and just swing with Indeedee, right? Because Indeedee's still doing like 90 damage, right? Pretty sure it's doing 90 damage. And then you could probably storm the field, right? Because Choco's still in a good position because you do have a bunch of you still have a lot of HP and all that, so it's kind of crazy. Opting in to drop the second Indeedee. Now, you gotta realize too, he's gonna take 90 damage, right? Plus 20 damage on the other Rocky Helmet. So, there's still potential to come back. So hitting 90 damage here is crucial. Rare Candy is being drawn. And then you do have the Indeedee. You definitely want to heal the Suicune as much as possible. I think that Ampharos unfortunately lost last round. Right now, Swinninja is definitely in a tough position, right? Because 130 damage could come out of nowhere and just end up winning the game. This shows you the power of just Indeedee attacking, right? 2 energy for 90, plus it has a Rocky Helmet. It's just overall insane. My camera free? I thought my camera froze for a minute. Anyways, real quick, on the YouTube side of things, if you guys are here, make sure to like the stream. If you guys do like the stream and we hit 50 likes, we will give away a shiny Oricorio to one of a random viewer. And if not, I mean a second Oricorio can be given out as well if we reach an additional 5 members. So just quick little giveaway we're doing. Like goals, you guys can read the description or whatever, the pinned comment. Thank you guys. And if you guys are not yet subscribed to the channel, make sure to subscribe for more content. And Cyrus is coming out in order to win the game. Wow. Cyrus ended up winning the game. Alright, let's see Raphael. Alright, it looks like actually a lot of the players are done. So let's see what's going on here. Everybody's done. We're ready to move into top 8, right? Holy. Remember, whoever's gonna win, right? They're winning. They're going to win Cyrus. Cyrus is gonna be the first place prize that we're playing for. And all top 8 is going to get prizes, by the way. Copycat is going to second place as well. Alright. Top 8. Let's talk about top 8. Top 8, we have 2 Magnezones, right? We have another 2 Swinninjas. We have Greninja Altaria. So that's what do you call it? 5 cards, 5 decks. We have Hydreigon and Mega Absol. We have the we have Altaria Giratina. That kind of took me a while to say because I was kind of shocked that that was even there. And we have Greninja Oricorio. That Greninja Oricorio is popping off. That Greninja Oricorio is popping off. We have top 8 here. So let's get ready to spectate some more matches here. Oh, we could spectate Raphael. He looks like he's looking. And Raphael will be playing. Just want to make sure. It'll be actually no, this is actually a good matchup to spectate. We could see how the Magnezone into Suicune Swinninja would be. Yeah, they're still trying to match up. As soon as we get that match, we're going to spectate, and it's gonna be insane. Looks like they're still trying to match up. Let me see if I could get somebody else. Okay, we got a match. We got a match. Let's go. We got Momo versus Swinja again. But now we can see the opponent's side of things, right? Alright, give me 1 second. While you guys watch this match, I'll be right back. Alright, your boy's back. Your boy's back. Give me a sec. Alright, we're back. We're back. We're back. Alright, I don't know what I've missed, but I feel like you guys have been seeing some high quality content right now. Ridiculous was the only one that could stop Momo. I feel like Momo is gonna be able to play into like all the matches he wants to. I mean, if he plays against Magnezone, I feel like that's gonna be his one matchup he doesn't want to fight, right? Because that matchup is gonna be super advantageous because Magnezone can hit anything on the board. So, all right, so we have Greninja here. He's like really pinned down. He can't really do anything. Yo, thank you for the follow or subscriber. I appreciate you. Wow. Going into the double, going into whatever Professor's research didn't get you another Pokemon, which is kind of unfortunate here. But going in with Ori, this is an interesting one. Gonna go with the Ori, get the 60 damage. And then the other Ori is just gonna come in here and win Momo game number 1. Now let's go into Raphael's stream, which we have Swinninja versus Magnezone, which turn 1, it does look like we got double Suicune on the board with 1 Froakie. So we're gonna double Pokeball. So you could definitely see double Magnemite. That's actually very, very crucial here. So we're just gonna put the energy on the Oricorio, and depending if he plays hand disruption, you either do certain things and add more cards to your hand, or you just pretty much just chill and wait, you know. Looks like we're gonna play a little bit more conservatively here. Misplayed on the water shuriken. Interesting. Like I said, I haven't seen. I didn't see what happened, but yeah, might have been a misplay. But here we are, putting the water energy on the Froakie. This is gonna be a tree. Is it gonna be a rare candy situation? No, we are going to retreat and draw additional cards. But now this is going to be insane because now he has access to Clement, and Clement's going to get him two Magnetons from his deck to his hand. He's going to evolve them both, get double energy on them, and then swing with Oricorio. Now the crazy part is the opponent isn't going to be able to do anything to the Oricorio in the front, so he's going to milk that for as long as he can, you know, as you should. The reunion was kind of wild, 1000%. It was kind of wild. Okay, it looks like we had the Cyrus ping. At least you could take out one of the. Well, you're not gonna take out one of the Magneton, right? You could slow him down in this situation, which is actually not bad whatsoever. But at the same time, he already has access to a second one, so it looks like we're gonna draw into or whatever. We're gonna draw into Professor's Research. Here we're gonna Volt Charge, right? It's either you go into the Ori and just start swinging, but no, it looks like we're gonna get into Magnezone. Magnezone's gonna be able to pick up the free KO here. The red card is coming out, taking away resources away from Jonas here, and going to charge up with the Magneton in the back. And it looks like we're gonna go in for a free 90 damage. He's wondering if he should cape the Oricorio here, but at the same time, I feel like there's no point yet because like the Greninja doesn't even have an energy in this situation. Now the Jonas has to figure out what he wants to lead with, right? Is he gonna stay with the Suicune? Yeah, he's gonna have to stay with Suicune because in this situation there's really nothing else you can do, right? Here comes the Froakie, and then the pings are gonna start dropping, and Magnezone is definitely gonna be the main target here. Now it does look like he has access to Greninja EX or something like that, because the water energy is definitely flowing into Froakie. This is insanity right now. We're gonna go into Giant Cape here because the Greninja ping and a Greninja EX won't be enough to finish off that Magnezone if that's the case, right? But gonna give all the energy to Magneton in the back and attack for 90 damage here. So now it really comes down to, does he have Greninja EX? Does he have a way to get rid of this Suicune? And that's gonna be the game, ladies and gents. It looks like they took, I think it might have been game number 1 here. Alright, we have Furfrou Water Greninja with Altaria, which I am impressed. This deck is amazing. Playing against Hydreigon, it is crazy. This is going to be an insane matchup. This is top 8. Yo, Iluchen, welcome into the stream. How you doing, my guy? Yo, you were popping off last time in the last tournament too. Congrats on that, bro. Congrats on that. And hitting him with the best copycat here, right? So he has many different options to work with. He does have access to Swablu, which he's obviously going to drop because this is his main engine in order to stay, you know, relevant in this game. So we're gonna go in with that. Brendan has 0 points. Also, the Furfru player also has 0 points. We're gonna go in, attack for 30, and pretty much just chill here because now he's threatening winning the game with Mega Altaria here. So he's in a situation where this Mega Absol can't really do anything. So he's gonna use the X speed here, go into Copycat himself because he really needs to get this Hydreigon popping off. With Hydreigon popping off is kind of crazy. Yo, thank you guys for the follow. I appreciate y'all. I'm blessed I'll get a dub eventually. Nah, I could definitely see that, bro. I could definitely see that. But wait a minute. He's able to get the Hydreigon to play, but he just retreats and goes into Absol and attacks the Swablu. But unfortunately, there is a Cyrus on the play. There is Mega Altaria in the play. And there is 130 on the field, ready to go. And this game is going to go into the Furfru Greninja player. Let's go. Now let's go peep into Momo. Because I definitely like to have games, you know, swapping in and out, in and out. We do have the Oricorio Greninja stall. Anti-meta, I would say, versus Swininja. And still starting pretty strong against Flamingo over here. It is insane. Oh yeah, Lucian, let me know if you're down to do that podcast. I think you're in the Discord server now. I forgot to mention. Top 8 is the farthest the Pokegods will let you go. Nah, Logan, you'll get there one day. You'll get past that. I feel like you could pass that. It's gotta keep playing the lottery, right? All right, it looks like Greninja's gonna come out here and gonna get the revenge kill. No, doesn't look like it's gonna get that. But you know, we are probably like one Cyrus away from winning the game here. So that's another thing you have to. No way. We get the rare candy. That's going to be able to double ping the Suicune in the back and get him the 2 point Momo needs in order to move into top 4, bro. Moving into top 4. That is insane. Yo, Nuno, could you do me a favor? Could you give Nicholas the Limitless link? I got you, Nicholas. GG's. Alright, let's see if anybody else is, I think Raphael might still be playing their match. Or Exorcist. We could go back to Exorcist. Okay. Let's go. We have a Magnezone. Ori versus a Swininja. We did spectate this match earlier today, and still what do you call it, popping off. Let me just make sure everybody's deafened. Perfect. I'm down. Some too on YouTube was telling me we should go on it. It sounds like a good time. Nah, for sure, it's always a good time. Good laughs, a bunch of cool people. Trust. you're already cool with Jimbo, right? So, you know, I'm pretty sure we all get along, right? But this man is dropping another Greninja, so this man is gonna be able to ping for 40 and then start swinging everywhere. So Oricorio is definitely not really gonna be a threat here, but you know, you could definitely also capitalize on the fact. Wait a minute, am I missing something? Yeah, he has to retreat. That's why he has to retreat. That's why he ended up pinging the Magnezone in the front. But unfortunately, he flashes the Cyrus. Because Cyrus is going to be able to win the game. And it's over. It's over. Good games, good games. That is crazy. Fire, Logan. I got you, bro. Good game. I'm happy with top 8. Fire. Like I like to mention, everybody in top 8 will receive prizing. So we have a good prize pool. Alright, we're heading into game number 3. It seems like on the Furfrou Greninja versus Hydreigon. I thought I opened this can. I was just about to drink this can and it was like empty. I mean, it was locked, bro. By the way, when a tournament asks you to enter your Discord name, you put your display name or your Discord username. Put your Discord username so we know who to find, who to at in the Discord. Alright, so we ended up getting a knockout on the Absol in the back. So in this situation, right, he's going to be able to attack for 80, and then he's going to be able to get rid of the Cyrus. But the problem here is this is 150 damage regardless, because he has Greninja, he has a stacked up board, so it looks like the Furfrou Greninja is going to win. I could just see the guy tapping like the ping. He's like tapping the ping so fucking crazy. But overall, good games. It looks like Mega Altaria Furfrou Greninja is gonna be moving up to the next. Yo, this deck is actually insane. I'm not gonna lie. Let me double check if Exorcist is still playing. Yeah, they're still playing. It seems like. Let me just double check quick and refresh. Yeah, we're waiting on Exorcist right now. So Exorcist is still playing his matchup. This is game. Oh my god, did everything just minimize? Hold on. Holy. Yo, like, everything just minimized on my side of the... Alright, we're back up. Yo, we have 92 concurrent viewers. Yo, thank you guys for showing up, showing love on the channel, because this is only gonna get bigger, these tournaments and all that. Let's go. Alright, we have double Indeedee with a Giratina in the front row. This guy has been popping off with Greninja. With Giratina. It does look like we're gonna burn a Geo, right? Because you want your opponent to capitalize off of 5 cards with a, with a copycat. But overall, I think Exorcist is still in a good position because he dropped Magneton here, right? And then he could just start doing damage with Oricorio, and could also just drop a red card, right? He's gonna drop the red card here, and you know, diminish his opponent's hand here. Don't know if that's the right play because he could not find a Swablu here, so you might have given him the Swablu, but at the same time, you get to copycat yourself and draw 3 more cards, and then swing in for another 50 damage. One thing I do want to mention. Exorcist also did win a tournament before, so from our channel, so we're actually in a crazy situation. We ended up tying our first game. Damn, that's crazy. Y'all really tied? Crazy. So this is why you guys are still playing it out? Insane. Insane. Alright, give me a second. Yo, I didn't know Hustleaholic was your YouTube name. Damn. That's hilarious, bro. That is hilarious. Hold on, chat. Okay, so now we're hitting 100. I mean, we're hitting 90 damage here, right? So the 90 damage is going to be very crucial because, like, the Giratina's not going to be able to attack. I mean, it's going to be able to attack, but it has to flip heads. And not only that, it's going to take 20 additional damage. So it's looking like he's just playing around with, you know, attacking with Indeedee, attacking with Giratina. But at the same time, you do get to heal 40 damage here, which is pretty good. But at the same time, are you going to risk it? Are you going to risk it? Because that Tails could be, like, really telling at this point. He has one energy that he could still apply anywhere on the field. And it looks like it's going to go into the Indeedee, and Indeedee is going to get a good chunk of damage into this Magnezone. Just shy of knocking it out. With no hesitation, we ended up going into... no hesitation, ended up going into Cyrus, bringing out the Giratina here in order to knock it out, bro. That is insane. Just subscribed. I came across your channel because of the podcast with Tilly, and I loved every single second of it. So now I'm here. I love the tournament scene. So now it's you and Matt. Fire. Yo, I appreciate you for coming through, bro. Yeah, we're just out here doing tournaments. We do guides. We play on rank. We do everything on this channel as well. Everybody is, you know, great content creators as well. Yeah, nah, everybody's cool. But thank you for coming through. I like how the community is, like, you know, all together. Chocolate, this is never gonna end. I have no Ori counters. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Yo, I'm gonna say your deck is unique, bro. Your deck is really unique, and you popped off. But, like, bro, it is double Ori. It was double Ori on the play. I mean, Rocky Helmet, bro. That is your counter. That is the counter. Oh, man. But now we are here, just swinging in for 50 damage. And it's just going to be infinite healing until we could get either a Magnezone on the play or... I don't know, another Rocky Helmet, bro. Maybe a Rocky Helmet. Yeah, this is insane. This is an insane, like... I don't know. I don't even know what y'all want to do here. I know we're going to play it out, but it's funny. Alright, draw two. Let's see what happens. Giant Cape and Guzma. I don't know what to do here. We're gonna give everything to Magnezone, and I feel like we're just gonna keep swinging. Exorcist has 2 points. Choco has 1 point at the moment. But I will mention he does have to manually take 2 points. He can't you know, there are no EX to take like gimmick points to get 2 extra points for free. So that's the unfortunate part of fighting a Magnezone player. But yeah, no. It looks like we're here for a good minute. There's the Ori counter. That is the Oricorio counter right now. This is the Oricorio counter that we've been waiting for. But no way, Guzma actually comes out and rips it away from Mega Altaria. That is insane. And it looks like we're just going to go 50. 50 and 50 and 50. There are no more Rocky Helmets in the deck. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie. the Goose just coming out and ripping off the second helmet was crucial because the Altaria definitely needed that to take care of Orcorios for sure. Alright, we're gonna start seeing a lot of pressure here, right? And we're just gonna see zaps come through. Yeah, this is the last matchup we're waiting on, right? Yeah. Because there was a tie. There was a tie in game 1. He's just red carded him to give him all the resources needed. But we're gonna use copycat here. Yo, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate you. Thank you for chilling here and watching. How many turns has it been? Is it gonna go to that 67 turns? Because if it does go to that 67 turns, it could be a little crazy. I don't know how that goes. Hold on. Does the Lightning player have any prizes? Yeah, he has 2 prizes. 2 prizes. I don't think there's 67 turns. It's 30 turns, right? Whatever. This is crazy. Mega Absol here and Hydreigon is washed, or is it still good? It's still good. It's still really, really good. Yo, Taz, I appreciate you for the membership. Thank you so much. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT. Appreciate you, bro. Again, if we get 4 more, if we get 4 more members today, we do give away a shiny Oricorio if anybody needs a shiny Oricorio in chat. Oh, Taz, I know you're brand new, but if you're not in the Discord, feel free to join the Discord community. Alright, so 120 damage. It does look like this Mega Altaria is getting, you know, dwindled down. But at the same time, it looks like Giratina's going to be here and, you know, walling out. Like, this is a super stall match. Crazy. Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be a tie, which you guys, there was already a tie game number 1, according to Exorcist. So I'm gonna let my judges handle this. What turn are we on? Okay, it looks like we're being aggressive now. We're gonna be going into Magnezone here. Turn 27. Turn 27, bro. But the fact that you heal 40 damage is crazy. Can't attack with Giratina or that loses the game for you. Looks like the Indeedee is gonna come out and attack. Turn 28. The judges will handle how this tie comes because I'm pretty sure you guys are 1-1. Let me double check. Let me double check on the table. Now we're both stuck in hell. So it looks like we're in a tie situation. And we're in a tie situation, and it's gonna come down to who gets first point. Again, I don't want to dox the point. I mean, I don't want to dox the code. So as soon as we get the game running, we could go there. So we're heading into game number 4. It seems like, and this is gonna be first blood basically. Sudden death. First to get a point wins. Here we are. Let's go. This is crazy. Starting off with Indeedee is kind of crazy. But here's the advantage. The advantage, Magnemite could like pop off here if he has the correct tools. You know, going into the copycat here is gonna be very, very crucial. Damn, this is insane, bro. The one counter that does not have the answer. You gotta play it smart here, right? Wonder what he's gonna do. The first time of seeing sudden death is fun because you just never know how it's gonna go. Going in with Oricorio is kind of smart here because like the deck, if it is open deckless, so you know he didn't, as you see last time, he didn't have an answer to deal with the Oricorio here, but it looks like he's gonna use Geo to burn cards out of his hand because he does not want access. He doesn't want the maximize copycats here because that would be super crucial for him like losing the game. We're going into double Oricorio here, which is kind of insane for Exorcist. He does have access to just stall out and chill right now, because right now he could just still like build all the energy he wants with Magneton, which is insane. Then we got the Mega Altaria with the charge. There's no Sabrina. The Ori player just wall until they win. Pretty much Logan. It really depends because there is also Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet is pretty strong here, and they do have access. They do have access to heal, so. Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome in to the stream. Regen, is that how I say your name? Regen Zeddy? Yeah. Yo, thank you guys for coming through. How y'all doing today? We are in a sudden death in top 4. Pretty sure this is top 4. Let me check. Or is it top 8? Top 8, top 8. We're heading into top 4. Alright, this is good. We have the Altaria coming out. Giant Capes just being thrown. We got Rocky Helmets being thrown. We have Oricorio here with 1 energy. Gonna get the nice little Volt Charge here. Energy displacement on Oricorio from the back, so you could start swinging here. Putting the 50 damage on the Mega Altaria is pretty nice, you know. Right now, it does look like the opponent, the Magnet Magnezone player is actually putting so much damage all over the board. Let's go. Flamingo is going for the Indeedee player. What are you guys going for in chat? Chat, what are you guys going for? Indeedee or Magnezone? Just had an anticlimactic double brick in loser's bracket to end my run. I'm sorry, bro. It's Pokemon it's Pokemon Pocket. But yeah, nah, man. I hope you do better in the next tournaments. But nah. Facts. It looks like Logan is going for Altaria. It looks like Flamingo is going for Indeedee. How many Magnezone players do we have? Nuno is saying both are okay. But right now it kind of looks crazy for Magnezone. The reason being is because you get to start dwindling down in HP like everything that's on the board, and it just eventually is gonna come down to a numbers game. Logan is like, I'm fine with Magnezone, but I hate Oricorio. Another tie? Yo, bro, it better not be another tie. It better not be another tie, bro. This is crazy. I will crash out. I'm gonna crash out if it's another tie. I'll be like... Now, without a doubt, these two players are great players. Both great players, by all means. Yo, Link, you always got the best emotes on Twitch. You always got the best emotes. That's one thing. I'll give you your props on. We got the, I forget the, I know it's the first evolution of the first Serena. I don't know the name of it. But I got you, Logan. I see you with the Jirachi. Alright. It looks like we're gonna swing, or are we just gonna stay? I don't know. It really comes down to, I don't know. I don't want to say a bunch of information here, because if I do give enough information, it could leak. So we'll just leave it at that. It is top 8, and it's gonna be insane. The Twitch wants the bird to win. But which bird? There's two birds. We have an electric bird, and then we have a fairy bird. Mega bird. This is insane. Bro, I really never thought we would hit this situation where we're in a sudden death. Let's go, Chocolate, make the viewers suffer for 30 turns. Yo, making me suffer for 30 turns. Not the viewers. I'm the one out here. I'm the one out here watching this shit. Still more entertaining than Gardevoir Mirror Match. Gardevoir EX Mirror Match. You're kind of right. Gardevoir EX. Like, are we talking about the actual Pokeball? Yo, there's 20% battery, bro. Yo, I think this is the strategy. Stall the battery. Stall the battery so Exorcist cannot play. Stall the battery so Exorcist cannot play the game. I feel like the Altaria player could do this. I feel like Altaria could do this. Chocolate deployed the battery killer virus. This is insane. Bro, I think we need a coin flip. this goes to another tie, I think we might have to. I'm not gonna lie. Stop leaking my strat. The battery drainer. 20%. That shit is funny. I'm not gonna cap. That shit's funny as shit. It's crazy because Exorcist had access to both Oris, and Chocolate has access to what do you call it? Indeed, the best two Pokemon to stall each other out. Two blind deckless sudden death. What does that even mean? I think a coin flip, keeping it simple, would be nice. I'm in turn 30 now. Choco 2025. Shit. We better be 2026. Alright. For the people that are just joining in, this is we are in a tie. This is game 4 in sudden death right now. We might be heading into a coin flip situation, to be honest. Cause this is looking crazy. I gotta check the chat. Hold up. It's time to take a real life arena, bro. Yo, deadass. You guys actually down to meet in the arena and fight for death? Meet in real life and just fight it out. I'm down for that. I think that'll be a little bit more entertaining. Just fight it out. This is like Metapod versus Metapod, but in Pocket TCG. Nah, it really is. It really is. With this, with this amount of time, you could get yourself hot Choco. Yeah, you can. Kinda could. Getting rid of Rocky helmets here. That is a situation. Alright, swinging it into Indeedee number 2. This is the grindiest. This is the grindiest like match I've ever seen in my life. If he doesn't have what it takes to beat Ori. Prepare a wheel. I'm gonna flip a coin on like Google. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna flip a coin on Google. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We might not have to flip a coin. We might not have to flip a coin. I'm slow. I was doing math. I was doing shit math. What the fuck? Bro. Juan, I lost with that deck because I didn't have a Pokeball. Damn. GG's. Yo, surprisingly, everybody in chat that was speaking was on Choco's side. On the Twitch side and on YouTube. I guess everybody hates Oricorio. Everybody was on the hate train on Oricorio, but GG's guys. Good games. Holy, I could breathe again. I could breathe. Top 4 is here. "86 rounds." 86 rounds. Wow. So as our judges are going to pair the rounds, we have Greninja Altaria. Not just any Greninja Altaria. It has Furfrou in it. We have an anti-meta Greninja Oricorio with Zeraora. We have 2 Magnezone Oricorio decks out here. We're heading to almost heading to Grand Finals. We have, Exorcist is playing against Furfrou Greninja. And then we have, Magnezone versus the anti-meta deck that Momo is bringing out with the Greninja, Zeraora, and Ori. Get ready for the 4 best performing decks of today. So let me see if I could get one of the matches ready to go. All right. I think this is a good match. Okay, so we have the Oricorio Magnezone versus Furfrou and Greninja. And Mega Altaria. Yes, I got you, Dai. I got you. This was the deck I wanted to spectate because it's amazing. Okay, starting off with the Chingling is the most optimal way. Plus, you do have access to, shut them down from item cards. And they don't really play that, so it's all good. Okay, optimizing with Greninja is huge here, right? You could actually start doing some critical damage on this Oricorio pretty quick. But we're going on the Magneton, because we do not like to see Magnezone. He said, I'm not worried about Oricorio, I just don't want that Magnezone popping up. So it looks like Magneton made the field and got an energy boost, and Magneton Zone hits the field as well. Now Exorcist is debating if he should start attacking the Chingling, potentially bringing in maybe a Mega Altaria here, right? You never know. But the fact that he also hit one of the Magnezone could make you think that he might have access to Cyrus. But then again, he only has 2 cards in hand, and you might as well take advantage of the 2 points and abuse Oricorio while you still can. Heading in with Furfrou here, which Furfrou takes -20 for most of the attacks here. Froakie making the field appearance. Greninja's gonna ping who though? We're gonna go into Oricorio because that's gonna be the free point here, and that's the only thing that's holding Mega Altaria back. Furfrou is out here, and it's huge because he's gonna get a free point from that. Now, putting the opponent in a forced position to bring out the Magnezone, swing for 90, you know, he could get like revenge killed here because his HP is 130. Maybe he's like seeing this, he has like that 20/20 vision, bro. He has this 20/20 vision. Because putting him at 130 is already insane. It's already the kill range for what do you call it? For Altaria to pop off. But Pokemon Center Lady actually coming through is clutch right now because, I mean, I wouldn't call it as clutch, right? Because the Greninja's still there and it's still going to put him at 130, which is unfortunate for Exorcist, and it does look like it puts, you know, this Furfrou player in a very good situation. Let me see if I could get his name. I want to at least pronounce your name right, bro. I know it's Japanese. I can't read Japanese. So let me get that. Okay, Ray. Or Ree? I'm gonna call you Ray. So Ray has 190 HP on his Mega Altaria, opting in to go for Professor's Research, not seeing the answers in order to pop off here. But we're gonna go into Momo's game here, where we got the Greninja and Altaria versus Magnezone Ori, which right now it doesn't look like it's looking hot for him because there's a crazy Magnezone in the field right now. But to be fair, it only has 100 HP. So I'm gonna opt in for Froakie, and then Greninja's gonna be able to, you know, snipe for 20 in the front, and then they're gonna attack for a quick 50, which is really good for him, right? But at the same time, he's gonna be able to do 90 damage in order to get the Oricorio out of the field. Going for the Clement. Clement is gonna be able to get you that Magneton, which is gonna be able to get him ready and set up for the second Magnezone if he has it in his hand. Like I said, this is not an ideal matchup because like his deck is meant to be built to be everything else that's not like a Magnezone deck, which is unfortunate. Going to ping the Magnezone in the back. I mean the Magneton here, which is kind of huge. He has to pray. He doesn't have a Magnezone. This is his only win condition. Not having the Magnezone. Going for Pokeball. Pokemon Center Lady. Does he have it? Does he have it? He doesn't. I don't think he does. He doesn't. He's just gonna go for 60 damage here. This is huge. This is huge. This might be... He might be able to come back. It's gonna be a long claw, but he's gonna have to pray his opponent doesn't draw into it. He's literally gonna have to pray his opponent doesn't draw into it. Does he have it or not? Does he have it? 4 cards? He's ready for the concede button? He's ready for the concede. Does he have the Magnezone? Wait, why'd he concede? Wait, why'd he concede? I didn't even see him drop the thing. Did he just misclick it by accident? No way. I don't know what happened there. Unless I was lagging. Unless I was lagging. Okay, let's look at this crazy field right now. It looks like Exorcist is getting his revenge here. Oh, the opponent conceded. Okay, I thought Momo conceded for a minute. Never mind. I read that wrong. So it looks like Momo has 1 and Ray has 1. Each player conceded when he didn't draw zone. Okay, it was the opponent. It kind of looked like Momo conceded when he was in a winning position. So Momo won. Thank God. Oh, not thank God, but you know what I mean. As in, like, I didn't get it wrong. Wait, did I get it wrong? I don't even care. I'm gonna stop talking about this. Let's go Exorcist versus Ray. Ray looks like he's in a good spot right now. Not in a good spot right now because look at the Magnezone and Oricorios on that field. He has a lot of advantage. Like, what are you gonna do with a what are you gonna do with a Magnezone 160 that's dealing 90 damage here? You could go for a Sing. Sing is very strong in this metagame, and we saw time after time. Tails is getting hit. No way. We could definitely see the big reverse from Ray, because Ray could just pop off with that, but no. Pokemon Center lady says no. People has had enough of that. People has had enough of that abuse when it comes to playing with that. So we're gonna spectate this from Raphael's point of view. It is the Greninja versus Raphael's Lightning deck. Let's go. It's almost grand finals, bro. It is almost grand finals. Ray and Exorcist are 1-1, and then we got, what do you call it? Momo 1 and Raphael 0. So let's see if Raphael could come back and make a dub or not. So it looks like dropping the Magnezone is gonna be really strong because you could do 90 damage on the board right here. But then again, you do have Ori in the back. Trying to think if you want to use Copycat here. Already flexing it on the stream. But gonna do 90 damage here. Get the free kill on this. But at the same time, he has 70 points that he could do on his turn with the Zeraora. That's the only thing that's looking down for Momo. But at the same time, this deck is built to grind. So we'll see what happens. It might be going into game number 3 if he cannot take care of this Magnezone. The Giant Cape might just be the thing that puts the nail in the coffin here. Gonna go in for a Copycat in order to get fresh cards out here. Go into Ori and swinging with 90. We got a game here. We definitely have a game here. Because everything is basically one shot. Gonna go into the Greninja here. Because Greninja could definitely stall out and do 20 damage. Copycat, he's gonna pray he gets the rare candy plus, what do you call it? Plus the second Greninja. Doesn't look like he has it. Pokemon Center Lady coming through with a clutch healing. Now, it really comes down to, does he have access to the other Greninja? This is the only way that Momo could come back. If not, we are heading into game number 3. You never know with Pocket. You never know with Pocket. Alright, we are heading into a game number 3. Okay, now we have Exorcist versus Ray. This is game number 3. This is how you know it's getting super competitive because both games are heading to game number 3. And this is game number 3 for Exorcist versus Ray. So, let's just do a quick recap, right? Ray has access to Mega Altaria, Furfrou, and item locked his opponent with Chingling. And then now we have Oricorio out on the front with 1 energy, ready to attack. But no, we're going to swap into Magnemite and then going to potentially attack here. He probably already used Magnezone's ability to get the energy. But this was a nice play, right? Because you could just, come in with Magnezone in the following turn and then follow up and attack the Mega Altaria here. But this is insane. This is an insane, turn of events because he has, more access to Pokemon in his hand, in his arsenal, and he's gonna knock out one of the Magnezones, well, Magnemites. Magneton is coming out. He definitely needs to see like a Froakie, right? Because that's gonna be one of his major strategies of winning. Oricorio is chilling, and then now Magnezone is just gonna come in and do a free 90 damage on this bird. Then again, Exorcist only has 1 point and Ray has 1 point. It depends if he gets the Froakie or not. Insane draw. Insane draw. Not gonna lie. But do we stay here? Is he going to stay here with the Mega Altaria, or is he going to retreat? Thinking if he wants to use the Swablu and use the Sing ability to stall out the game, which that could also win him the game. But then again, there's many things that could happen here as well. Again, Oricorio is definitely a good card, but at the same time, Furfrou is going to be like one of the best options to get rid of it. And we're going to get hit with a red card, losing Rare Candy and Greninja. No shot. No shot. Getting the Giant Cape on the Magnezone is kind of huge, I'm not going to lie. But let's see what ends up happening here. It is looking kind of close. Could Furfrou come back here? He needs 1 more Pokemon in order to do the impossible. Which he might be able to get it because he's going to Copycat. Draw 2. Gets the Pokeball and the Chingling. That is huge. Because now he could actually knock out the, the Magnezone here. Now he has only one turn in order to, like, you know, do anything to the remaining Oricorio as well, which is kind of crazy. Oh, he's blasting the music as you guys saw. He's blasting the music. He's feeling amped up. That's crazy. Pokemon Center Lady is gonna say no to all those shenanigans. There's nothing that could survive that Oricorio. It is kind of crazy the type of game state we are looking at. Because, like, Oricorio is just so nasty that it could just wall everything out. And now he's in a position where he has to use Greninja as a wall right now. I think it's going to come down to Sing. It's going to either come down to Sing or it's going to come down to Cyrus. $70 damage coming on the board. No way. No way. No shot. No shot. Frogadier is going to win the game with the 30 damage and 20 ping. The 20 ping plus 30 damage, I would never have thought that would come through in a situation. Bro, GG's. Good games. Holy cook. Raphael ended up winning the match here. So it's looking like Furfruga Ninja Altaria versus Magnezone Ori for grand finals. And grand finals, mind you, is going to be a best of 5. Best of 5. So we are doing the best of 5. I believe the better player will get rewarded, you know, in that scenario. So be ready, because grand final is coming up right now. Alright, chat. Who do you think is winning? Who do you guys think is winning? The Furfru deck with Greninja and Altaria, or Magnezone Oricorio? Let's do a quick recap of the decks while these players find each other. Deck number 1, we have Magnezone Oricorio with the Guzma tech, ready to, you know, go in against his opponent, which is Greninja, Greninja, Altaria, and one Furfru. This deck has been cooking all tournament long, and the Frogadier actually came through for Oricorio. 30 damage plus, you know, the Greninja ping. Bro, it is insane. So let me see if I could get one of the matches ready to be streamed live. I think we can look at... Let's take a quick peek at Raph's point of view. Alright, they're still trying to match each other, so this is pretty good right now. As soon as I get them to match up, we will get this game ready. The Altaria deck might take this. Altaria is pretty strong, but then again, Oricorio is still a real card. You know, it did go into a Game 3 situation. Damn. It's been a long time. It's been a long tournament, but we're here. Grand Finals, best of 3. I'll show the screen once they're in. All right, let's go. Best of 5, yes. Best of 5. Trying to figure out if you should lead out the Oricorio here because, you know, the other cards, Magnemite, you always want in the background because that's going to be your main source for like electric energy. So having access to another Magnezone here is going to be crucial. But we're going to end our turn here and see what the opponent does. In for Pokeball. Dropping Froakie, and then we have Swablu with the energy distribution, and then now Oricorio gets drawn. What are we gonna do here? Because you do not want to give your opponent an opportunity to copycat yourself as well, right? So I'm gonna go in for copycat. Copycat would be the nice play here because you need to see your Magnetons in order to pop off here. Furfrou is coming out here, and Furfrou is a strong card. This card just walls everything out, and not only Furfrou, you do have access to Greninja. Greninja's gonna allow you to... No way. Does he have Cyrus? No, no Cyrus. That is insane. You could just start pinging the Magnemite here. This is an unlucky start for Raph. Now what's gonna happen here? Energy is... He's trying to figure out where the energy should go. I feel like Oricorio was the right call because once you get your Magnetons, that's when you could start to, you know, pop off with Magnezone and stuff like that. But can't really attack the Furfrou because you're not really doing that much damage. You're only doing 30 damage if you swing with Oricorio. Here comes the Mega Altaria. Greninja's gonna ping the Oricorio, and you're definitely gonna pick up the first knockout here. What's up, Vanilla? Now, I didn't end up playing myself, but I'll show you guys the decks that ended up, you know, performing really well. I'm hosting the tournament. But yes. Going into double energy here. Swinging in to Furfrou. Because you have to start being super active here. If you're not super active on the Oricorio, you're kind of pretty much in a bad position. So we're gonna go into Greninja ping in the back. Because they're not worried whatsoever about Oricorio in the front because it can't really do that much. But now you do have access to a Magneton. Is it a little bit too late? Nah, you really just need to get that thing on the field, charged up and ready to go. But it seems like we are going to move on to game number 2. It did come a little too late. So, game 1 ended up going into the Furfrou player. If you guys want to see the deck, this is the deck right now. When they search each other, we're gonna go into the other point of view so we could see the Furfrou point of view now. So currently searching for each other right now. Alright, they found each other. Let's go. How often do you host tournaments? I play tournaments with off decks, but I do it for fun, not the prizes. Yo, in my Discord, I always announce when I'm doing a tournament, but we do tournaments almost every single day besides Saturday. So, yeah, technically right now, we have a tournament on Monday. So if you guys want to keep an eye out for Monday, yeah, that's the next tournament. And on Sundays, we throw tournaments 100%. All right, let's go. Starting off with Swablu here, and then we got Froakie and Chingling, and his opponent is starting off with, you know, Magnemite in the front because you're kind of put in a situation where you have to, but this is huge, right? Because you get the free knockout with the weakness advantage, typeness advantage, which you really want to capitalize on as soon as possible because you don't want your opponent playing the game. But not only that, you do have access to the Greninja here, so that's the only upside for you know, for the opponent. But at the same time, all you could do is 30 damage. But Raphael looks like he's in a advantageous spot if he could continue, you know, getting everything on curve. He definitely needs the Magnemites. He definitely needs, you know, everything else to go his way. I mean, the Magnetons. Okay, this week we are hosting tournaments Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Okay, there you go. Yes, we are in Grand Finals, Logan. And it does look like Raphael is gonna pull through ahead. Now he's not handicapped. He is not handicapped right now from item cards, which kind of looks like it was the situation here. But hold on a minute. Hold on 1 second. Do you even need access to Mega Altaria when you just got Froakies and Frogadiers that could attack? Now he's hovering around Professor's research. His opponent has a very massive hand, and I feel like Copycat is definitely the way to go here. Copycat is amazing. He gets to rebuild his whole hand. And now he gets to play the game for real. Now the Swablu is coming in with the 1 energy and 30 damage, knocking out the Magnemite. Ori is out on the field. Can Ori come back and win this? What the fuck did I do? No! Ah! My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Yo, Taz, I misclicked. My bad, my bad. I was trying to put an emo. My bad. I did not mean that. I did not mean that. I did not mean that. Bro, YouTube chat, I'm sorry. My bad. Anyways, we're gonna continue the match. Goes into Double Greninja. Double Greninja is gonna take game number 2, heading to game number 3, I believe. Nah, he's like he's still here. He's still here. Damn. There's no way I could unhide user. Let me see. He should be good now. Alright, looks like we're gonna be heading into game number 3 here. I mean number 2. Alright, heading into the next round here. Alright, so let's go. We got Raphael starting off with Oricorio here. We got Furfru in the lead. Okay, you're fine, Taz. You're fine. Your YouTube got a little destroyed and stuff like that. Yo, what's going on, Umbreon? Welcome in. How you doing? Alright, sorry. I'm getting distracted. This is grand finals, and let me see the score real quick. Let me see the score. The score on Limitless. Okay. Alright, so it looks like Furfru is really hard counter when it comes to the Oricorio matchup, because like Oricorio literally cannot handle whatsoever in this situation. But give me 1 minute. I'm checking the Limitless score right now just so we have the accurate. Okay, so it looks like 10 damage is enough to knock him out. I want Altaria to win for sure. Altaria can really be paired with a good amount of energies. I played 86. You played 86 rounds? That's a lot of fucking games, bro. That's a lot of games. All right, swinging in. It looks like right now, the Altaria player definitely has the advantage here, but Raphael also has a good Magnezone getting ready to being dropped, right? He has a good amount of cards in his hand, and he could just swap in and get rid of the Furfrou. Once he gets rid of the Furfrou, he's gonna be in a tough situation here. Getting ready to draw 2 cards here is kind of crazy. Am I going to Void? What's Void? Okay. Okay, so we have Mega Altaria here facing Magnezone. Again, this is a best of 3. I mean, best of 5. So this is going to be whoever wins 3 games, the first to win 3 games. So right now we have a threat of another Magnezone coming out, which Magnezone gets dropped here, and not only that, we have him with like 2 points, and then the opponent, I mean the Furfrou player, has 1 point currently. So right now they're playing crazy matchups here and there, left and right. Okay, swinging in, swapping out to Altaria, so you could go into the fresh Mega Altaria in order to do 130 damage here for free, but you're technically doing 150 damage. So, Furfrou actually, Mega Altaria looks like they're in a very advantageous position here. Now, think about it. Magnezone being 150 Wick or Ninja, you're dropping 150 damage no matter what. Could Raphael come back with the Cyrus or anything to combat anything? So right now it's not looking pretty for him. Honestly, this actually looks like a pretty much a good counter for the deck. It's kind of crazy, but it's just working out to be that way. Good games, good games. It looks like the game is going to go to him. Was that it? Was that everything? Give me 1 second. Okay, so right now Ray has to win 1 more match. So we'll go to Raphael's point of view, because we are viewing Ray for 2 games in a row. So I definitely want to spectate Ray. Raphael. Raphael has definitely opportunities to turn this around. It's not quite over for him yet. Magnezone is still a strong deck. Yes, it is 2-1 right now. We gotta get the hype music out. Gonna get the hype music out. 2-1 indeed. Grand Finals. Alteria's up 2, and then Magnezone is up 1. So leaving out the field with Greninja, we got Swablu, Furfrou, and Swablu in the active spot. Having Professor's Research getting Magneton and Red Card. Magnemite getting the first energy, and this is something Raphael might have needed. This is gonna be something that's gonna, change the tides for him, because that's gonna be a free point from him, and he only has one Mega Altaria to deal with right now. So now it does look like Copycat is that. I don't know. I'm speechless, because hitting that Copycat and moving like close to him, that's crazy. I'm sorry. You just gave him access to ninjas. You gave him access to power cards like Cyrus. This is insane. But it's not over yet, because we do have access to Magneton here. But, we're going to really need to drop that down. He needs to see basic Pokemon here, because if he does not see basics, the game might be over. He does have access to Pokeball here. Pokeball is going to be pretty telling right now. We're going to go into Oricorio. Now, here's the tricky part, right? The Magneton will most likely have to retreat here. But then again, he has the red card, and he's going to hand rip him right now, which is pretty good right now. So, I don't see a threat of Magneton being knocked out unless he has the Ori, right? I mean the Greninja. Does he draw the Greninja from that red card? Does he get it from Professor's Research? The Greninja is here! And is that going to be an insta concede? No way. There really isn't nothing you could do here, right? The Magnezone, you really have to depend on Ori, but the problem with Ori is he's going to take 20 damage from that. This is insane. We're going to go into Copycat here, because we're going to need to, he's going to need to find different answers in order to stay into this game. But right now, it's looking like Ray is in a very dominant position, because this deck with Furfrou could fight with Oricorio. And in these 4 games, we could see why. We could see why it could compete with it. And Magnezone is no longer a problem. Raphael has no way out, unfortunately. Hey, but the upside is he's coming in second place, so he's going to get a Copycat full art. So he could replace that second Copycat at the very least, right? First place does get a full art Cyrus. But unfortunately, this is going to be the game. It looks like for Raphael, but fortunately, Furfrou, Greninja, Altaria is going to take this game right now. He's just been popping off here. He drew his whole entire deck, and it's over here. Furfrou is just going to be able to start chipping for game here. Alright, so we're gonna go and swing for 50 damage. That's going to be pretty much the game here because there really isn't anything you could do. And it looks like Furfru Greninja is going to take the dub here. Alright, so hold on. Alright, so this is the deck that ended up winning the tournament. This deck has been really dominant. Just overall, like Furfru, let's look at the matchups Ray ended up having. He did play against Mega Altaria Greninja, beat double Charizard, Y, double Swinninja, and then, you know, tied with the Venusaur and a Magnezone. And then from top 8 all the way to Grand Finals, from top 64 to Grand Finals, we had Swinninja, Whimsicott, Altaria, Hydreigon, Mega Axel, and then 2 Magnezone Oricorio. Shout outs to him. But Raphael had an amazing run himself, having this Magnezone Oricorio deck. It has been popping off as well. Another thing I do want to show you guys with this Magnezone deck, let's double check the his win rate, right? His win rate was kind of insane here, right? He did go through Mega Altaria Chingling, he went through Rampardos, Ditto, Swinninja, another what do you call it? Another Greninja Altaria, lost to Hydreigon, because obviously Hydreigon plays well into these type of decks. We got, yo, thank you for the follow or the sub, I appreciate you. We do have like another Swinninja, Mega Absol Greninja, and then from top 32 played against Decidueye, 2 Decidueye decks, 2 Swinninja decks, this Oricorio anti-meta deck, and then he lost to the, what do you call it, the winner of the tournament, which only had like, he only had 2 losses, which is kind of crazy. So overall, you can see why Magnezone Oricorio is actually one of the strongest decks in the metagame right now. But that being said, I do want to basically advertise a few tournaments here, right? So we do have a tournament Tuesday, December 30th at 4 p.m. EST. If you guys want to sign up for that one, we are working on the prizing, but definitely check our organization out. There is another tournament I do want to show you guys, which I think is amazing. There's a regional for $270 in a professor's research. It is Umbreon's tournament here. We do have first prize $120 with research. We have second $75 with professor's research as well. You know, third place $50 in a card, fourth place $25 in a card, and 5th through 8th is going to be 1 card, and they're going to have access. The card pool is going to be 3 copycats full art, Serena full art, Pokemon Center Lady full art, and Mars full art. So take a quick look at those events coming up. Again, we will be back up on Tuesday in our organization as well, so be on the lookout for that. Shout outs to all the players today. The players ended up winning, you know, an insane amount of prizes, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the content. We will be live too with most of these tournaments, so subscribe to the channel and everything, and also subscribe, follow on Twitch or whatever, and you know, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you for coming through, and peace out.